(920) Sun Life Building, 9229 23 23 23 23. May number 29 rest in peace. When the den was dry in the net, when Ken went down. You know, Ken Dryden passed away in the past week. And the thing is, when Ken went down with all the eggs, did the chicken go down along with Ken? Number 29, Montreal Canadiens, a team that did not begin in the NHL. A team that began in the CHL, the Canadian Hockey League. Why do I talk about hockey? What is this channel about? Who am I? What is my credibility? Why are you here? Why is my green screen not flickering? And I'm going to tell you right now, when I speak, if I begin to explain certain things in one element and I leave off from the situation or story I began, I forget. When I go into depth in something, I can't stay on two roads and hold on to 4 buckets of water with 2 hands. Unless I was serving beer. That'd be a little different. Not because it's just funny, but because all of the creation of what works within the system is like a gearing system. The cognitive cogs in a wheel, right? How do we communicate? Where is this God, right? What is this about? Rest in peace, 7th day. Why? Pray on who? Who woke up this morning? Who put on my socks? All the stories we tell, can we relate them in any other way than can we concretely create something where the alphabet is said, hey, but then everybody says, hey, it's man-made. Why not woman-made? Why man-made? And then there's a story to it, because we were not only given the alphabet, They gave us the tools to work with. They gave us the tools to understand the alphabet, the ancient alphabet, our ancient alphabet, the ancient alphabet. How so is it ancient? Not every letter in the alphabet was created 600 years ago. In fact, the letter A, Aleph, is older than that. They brought the Aleph into the future, into our alphabet. Who is our language? Well, that's for you. It's personal. With everyone, 63 by 3, 189 hearts, 21 by 3. 8, 9 by 21, 189. I tell the story of math. 3 by 6 is 18. 3 plus 6 is 9. 189. 1 and 2 create 3 for the basic creation. Reverse alphabet 3, 24. 27. Why are all the passing of the stars on 27? Why are the passing of the stars on 27? The rats, the stars in the sky in Hollywood. Why 27 of creation in the house of Bet, house of Vet? Bet Vet 211, first initial. 1:55, 5 minutes before 2. I did an IQ test about 10 years ago, and they didn't like that I did everything frontwards and backwards and faster than everybody else. The only thing is, when it came to long equations, I took my time and got everything right 100%. I was slower, but everybody had 1, 2, 3 mistakes. I had 0. Made 0 mistakes. Why? Would you like to hear the IQ test they gave to me? It was all about A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, and going the alphabet forward and backwards in the numbers. And I'm like saying, are they serious with this? And the biggest mistake that they didn't like is they asked me the time on the clock. And I said 9:50 or 10 to 10. And they didn't like that I had to make 2 decisions. I go, listen, I have 2 choices. In fact, I got more choices. I could have told her what time it really was, right? It was 650 minutes after the Capricorn hour, because Capricorn starts in the AM at midnight, right? Capricorn starts just after Sagittarius. So which way are we counting, right? Even in numbers, right? Capricorn, 10. But we have to count backwards down to 9. Sagittarius is our birth. So we started from 10, we went to 9, then we go to 8, then we go to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Why? It just works that way. And 1 between 2 equals to 3. So we must start at 10. And we have to have the air wave, right? We have to have the air, right? And then we have to have the earth come together. And then the 3 will connect to the 7 air with air, and that'll make another 10. Do you follow what I'm saying? The zodiac, when I use the numbers, I implicate the zodiac. I implicate everything that's included in the zodiac for the best of my knowledge, based on the truth that comes onto all the geographical books, encyclopedias, whatever has been put out in an encyclopedia, whether it's put out in a major book like in my day and age. It was Cat in the Hat, it was the Jetsons, it was Spacely Sprockets, it was the Flintstones down by the pit. Every one of these are little stories telling me how to dictate my alphabet, how to dictate and move around my words. They're also showing me the alchemy of association within each programmation. 95 here on the right tells me that I'm missing 15 for 100%. In Pythagorean, when you count down to a single digit, 100% is in each individual category. In the first category is 5. In the second category is 9. Add 1 to the 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. Add 5 to the 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 11 is all of what is whole. And remember, if you have 0, you have this side, you have this side, you have here, and you have in between. And who are you, string bean? Are you the one that's in between a 0? Are you the pole? And everything that goes around you is the energy? Tell me this is not true. Look, and another thing, oh yeah, I love to do this. I wanted to write this down. This was really cool. Yeah, I just buried my aunt, 101 years old. Got to see my cousins that I haven't seen in 40 years. 40 years. So, and they really, where they buried her, I should show you the place they buried her. Like, I'm going to tell you one thing, when they're talking about pushing daisies, like, she's coming back up for sure. Okay. There's these big giant trees with big roots that they dug up. And I see the roots at the bottom just waiting for the earth to just go back on top so they can continue their growth. And I can see them pointing up. I can see it. 8 to 10 years from now, she's standing straight up, right? I can see it now. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm like going, okay, let me tell you one thing, right? It's like 4'11", 4'10". This woman is 4'10", and I think the hole was like 12 feet wide. I think they were burying all the fish like Pisces, right? You go down 6 feet when they bury you 6 feet. So if you're starting from the bottom up, right, or the top down, because 6 feet down, right, if you're starting 6 feet down and you're with the zodiac signs, you'll start with 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. So 6 feet, you'd be buried in Libra. So you'd be buried by the book market where the bookworm is, down by the bookworms. Or you'd be counting up. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. Then we got the dragon. Oh, sorry, that's in the Chinese. Then you got Leo. But is it Leo the sea walrus or is it Leo the tiger? Doesn't matter. Leo all the same. You could say LO or ELO, the light of. Like Leo in the 5th position talks about the power source from the ocean. And when you turn Leo around, it's ELO, and that's Electric Light Orchestra. Wow. It's even talking about like lighting up the zodiac, and everybody knows if a life path is here, everybody's talking about we're connected to the zodiac. Oh my God, the zodiac is connected to ELO, connected Electric Light Orchestra. Electric Light Orchestra 5, okay, 12, which is the 1 and 2. The L is for the angle that when you come and you break the platform up, the 90 degree, the 180 degree, and the angle is a representation of soul. I'm just trying to see where I am with this whole thing. ELO, so I got 5, 3, 6. Wow, 536, okay. So the 5-3 is an association with 7-5 or 5-7. So what is that? Any word you find with the letters totaling, okay, to 57, M13, O15. You think I'm going to spell the word mother? M-O equals to 28. Another O equals to 43. The end letter is 14 equals 57. Moon is number 57. 5 and 7. You know the 5th letter is E, the 7th letter is G. How about just let's say 5G? 5775 is the true end date. And when you say 5, it's when you turn it around, it's a 2. 5772 end date. You see my thumbs, what happened to it? My pinkies have nothing on any pole. The thumbs are known to be the pole. Do you know why? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. Everybody keeps forgetting during the war, right? In the early 1900s. Listen to the stories and how they coded. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, to the universes. The thing in Hitchhiker's Guide is HI, HI. Both of them start with HI, 8 and 9, 8 and 9. So I can do the mathematics. It's 1771. 1771 is connection of two doors. They've connected two doors together, okay? Let's call it the casing to what is your electrical room. You're in the electrical room, and each door is connected with some wiring. You connect them, but they need to connect these two wires to connect Neptune up above. Why do I say Neptune? Because when you bring the source from this side this way, and you bring the source from this side this way, right? But you have the Neptune fork on this side, which points down this way, talking about that house energy on that side, and then this one, because each house in their own has their own electrical room. And now where the fork comes in over here, I question it. Is it the separate fork that adjoins the U within the fork, in which by joining the U, you bring the power up? This is the little house in the center of the fork. Neptune is number 95. The energy, what is 95, which is EI. Here is your 9. Here is your 9. Where do you think your 5 is? Just on the other side. 9 and 5, opposite sides of the cube. The same thing goes for 3 and 6. The opposite side will be 4 and 1. So I take the cube and I show you the opposite side, 4 and 1. And when you add it, it'll equal to 14. 1 and 4 and 6 and 3 is 14. And then when you go ahead, what you note is you cannot get to the 4 and the 3. This is where it comes in because they run the same house together. The 4 and 3 share the same number. You see this because it's a schematic. What I'm talking about is a schematic. For me, it's a blueprint. This is not, doesn't need to be 4. It's 4 so we can read it. Otherwise, it would be 3 or 1. Not sure which one we would put to it. Most likely 1. Sorry. This would be 3 and 1. This one here to this one here, this one would be a 2. Just like this would be a 2. And then we come over to the 3. The 3 would be a 1. It would be 1, 2, 3. It'd be 1, 2, 3. And then you flip it upside down and it'll be 1, 2, 3. And then it'll be 1 and 3, 4, 2 and 2, 4, 1 and 3, 4. 1, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1. Life of 22, representation of the Monopoly board. Wow, don't tell me these are not working. How come? Wow, doesn't want to work. They broke me. Hold on. Let me try and fix this. Let me see what's going on here. Good day, everybody. I don't know what everybody knows that I do or if I do anything at all. But anyways, you're on this channel. It's social media. Social media. We're on social media. Okay. They let us use this channel, whatever it is. They let us use. I'm not really good. I shouldn't put. Okay, 1 second. Blessed thou be it that we are today to communicate face to face, that we can share our secrets, our stories, to be able to exalt ourselves amongst others that will all have heart, that will have empathy, so we can feel and get back and breathe again, that we know we're not alone. But in my window, I bring to you and I talk about games. I talk about the alphabet. I talk about numbers. I talk about colors. I talk about musical instruments. I implement into it what I understand to be in different kinds of books, that they should be, whether they're true or false. You cannot call a book false. It's the kind of book it is and the information that is within. So I think somehow there's a word called astronomy. I found astronomy in the dictionary. And then I went and I found a book on astronomy. And then I saw there were moons and there were stars and there were planets. And the moon had a size, and it was the same size as the hexahedron 2160, which was 1/3 of 6480, which was the dodecahedron. And the dodecahedron has 12 sides, just like the 12 zodiac signs. That was so beautiful. I looked at the dial pad, it had 9. I wanted a dial, 12, but I couldn't catch Pisces. What was going on? And then I remembered, you cannot have Pisces without Alpha and Beta, the father and the mother, bringing that fish on over. So 1 came over to 2 or into, right? And that made 3. And then 3 and 9 equals to 12. And now we got Pisces. We got an air sign into a water sign. And here begins life. Yo, 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 and on the go we go. That's Earth and Mars. That is the student. Okay, it is also the electricity that connects everything up down by the Vatican in the IT system of La. Where is the IT system of La or Lay? That is Italy. IT, right? LY. The Y can be an I, and the reason and why and perhaps nothing is concrete other than the results from the math. The stories come from how the math told me what to say, because it links that way. How's everybody doing? Chop, chop, 209, number 29. We just began some kind of new cycle in Trinity right now. What's going on? Turn around. We're in the PM. PM itself is 29. So 29 in the PM, which is the beginning of a new creation, to what is, just let me think of this, 100. Oh, wow, this is really cool. 209 is also 129. I have to find the mathematical equation that's going to go with this. Oh, and I just spoke about it. Oh my God, that's your birthday. 9 for the 9 months, right? And that's Sagittarius. And then Pisces is for the year. You know, Pisces, 12 months a year, 12 months a year, 12 months a year, 12 months a year. We got 13 moons. We got 13 moons, but the equation of 13 moons, listen to this. There's 7 days a week. And in 7 days, there's 168 hours. So if we go 14 days, it's 336. That would be half of the moon calendar. If we do this in the number of days in the year, we would arrive at December 2nd would be the 336th day. And that's ironic because 336 equals to what is 112. And it is the end of the 12th moon. And when you add 1 through 12, it equals to 78. What is this 78? And I'm always really like this, and I'm saying, please remember to ask me these questions. I'm not going to remember them. It's only your questions that awaken what answer is going to be told. I have no choice. The choice has already been made, for the word already exists. For the numbers already exist. We have the tools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we have all the digits. I don't know them so well. And we have something called the corporal tunnel. And then we have Bob in the back. I think Bob calls himself Chakra. Maybe it's what Ernie and Bert. Where's Ernie and Bert and Big Bird? I want to know where all these characters are. You know the 4 ones, right? Do you know the characters from TV have 4 fingers? And I think the chicken has 3. So the chicken's at the top of the church, and usually it's the rooster, which happens to be the 10th zodiac sign. 10 divided by 3 is 3.333, and it's going to represent what is the pregnancy of the pig. 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days comes from the number 10. The 10 is the rooster, the 10 zodiac sign. Oh my God, I can have chicken and ribs, right? But when it comes to the chicken and the ribs, I mean, no one ever says I'm having breasts for supper, but they will say the ribs. But when it comes to the breast, sorry, they don't say the chicken, right, with the ribs. They call the pig with the ribs, but they call the chicken, they get the breast. So this has to be, I'm going to write that down, because see the breast, right? They get the sternum. And that means if they get the sternum, we have to understand the bow, and the ribs are actually on the back. Now, well, the pigs, the ribs are also on the back. It's not on the breast, right? Is there anything to eat like pork? You don't have pork breast, right? I'm trying to look for like that difference. Pork breasts. Oh, that's what we'll look at. So if we did have pork breasts, right, we'd be plugging up to like 18 of them. Yeah, the pig's got like 18 plugins. So let me get back to that. The pig's pregnancy, or gestation, is that what they call it? And listen to this, gestation period. Let me see how they spell it. Tell me it's with a GE, like General Electric. Oh, it's 1413. I have to write that down too. It's a very important number. They're all important, but everyone has its reason. This one is understandable. Oh, just like the rest. Gestation period of a pig. Gestation. Hold on a second. It's a GE station. Look. It's a GE station. It's a gestation. 1413 is 213. Why? It's 2:13 in the afternoon. Now it's 2:14. So 2:13 in the afternoon, or 14:13, the alphabet divides between 14, and 13. The letter M and the letter N. That's where it divides. And then you get those two dots. Perhaps those two dots in the M and the N represent what is MOON. They divide, the alphabet divides. I mean, I'm just a little bit like always all over the place. Just if somebody asks me something, okay, Pascal mentions the turtle. Yes, so the 13 and the 28, we're going to go with the turtle. And I'm going to come up and write the snail, because when we talk about the turtle, they talk about the rabbit, and usually they talk about the R ace. What is the R ace? Hold on, I just have to mic. The legs, the back. I also spoke. I'm just trying to write down everything I spoke about. There was a piece. Oh yes, the burial. Right. The alchemy. Okay. Oh yes. The straw man field. 4, evergreen. For Eve. EVE, the EV, the transport for evergreen, rabbit, raised, burial. Raspberry, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so this is, what is 231 plus, hold on a second. 213 is 720 plus 1. I don't know why I'm not getting this answer. 720 plus 113. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Sorry. Yeah, so I talked about the breast of the chicken, right? We're going to eat the pork breast, but there's no pork breast, it's pork ribs. The 9 is born through 2 gates. This is the cubic gate. This is the gates that are all the gates within the cube. 5 and 2, 6 and 1, also associated with 4 and 3. 4 and 3, Earth and Mars, they run the same corridor, and that's here. 3, 1, 3. What is 4 divided by 3? What is 13 divided by 3? What is 22 divided by 3? Communication. What is 31 divided by 3? Let me see if it works out, or I'm wrong. I could be wrong. 31 divided by 3 equals to, 31 divided by 3 equals, see the 3, 3, 3, 10, 3, 3, 3. Right away, you're at Capricorn, and everything else is Gemini. I wanted to write that down also, that Capricorn, okay, 10, and then we're going to go Gemini, which is 3. Capricorn is 97. Gemini is 57. 1 and 2 associate to create. 1 and 2 equals to 3. But guess what? If you add to 1 and 2 equals to 3, 3 and 4 equals to 7, right? In the first, 1 plus 2 equals to here. Add on the next 2 numbers, it equals to this, equating to that. Capricorn, Gemini, 13. If you divide this by 13, the answer is going to be 9 to, oh, you know what? I'll just show you. Don't have to fret about it. Let me just show you the answer. Wow, nothing's working. I'm having trouble. Hold on. I definitely know that there's something to do with games somewhere. It always is. Wow, just give me a second. So you can see this, you know what I just talked about. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Pascal? Okay, let me look up those questions. Yeah. So, yeah, 209, we did that also. So, yes, I'm going to finish with the clock. Let me see what I wrote down. Yeah, I get a little jumpy a lot because there's so much information and I'm not going deep enough. Like if somebody wants to, like what was that word that was talked about before? Like even birthday. I mean, we have to, like, here's 3, then here's a 3 void, and here's 3, right? But 3, turn around 3, turn around 3, turn around 3. So your birthday, with these dots, something's happening. Is it this way, or should the cube turn? Every season, right? Does the cube turn? 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months? Or is 3 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months? Row 2, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, right? Next row, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. We can also count the 8 corners for the 8 parts of the moon, 8 by 3.5. So there's a lot of stories in here. What are we looking for, right? And then when you find this, when you know the story and you find the math that goes along with the cube, we can find other results that are probably missing. Why? Because of the 313 theory. What is the 313 theory? This cube has 6 sides. 6 sides. The one is what is the heart, where the one side connects to the other side through the pole. This pole makes what is not seen a 7. 5 and 2 is 7. But there's not 7 through it. It's when it connects to this pole. The separation between this pole and this number is the number it ignites. This number is 1 and 8 over here. From 1 over to 3.5 is 2.5. From 6 over to 3.5 is 2.5. They equate the same. Over to 3.5 is 1.5. Over to 3.5 is a negative 1.5. And over to 3.5 is the same area space. Now, if we reverse this and just show you 3 here, why not show you 3 here? You have 6, 4, and 2. Or we can have 4, 4, 4, whichever way you want to put this cube together. In fact, Mars cubes might be set up that way because Mars cube is a 2 by 2 by 2 cube. Even though they have online magic square, not denying it. I do not know. I have not seen the square yet. I will take a look in a minute. I have not thought of it. That's why we're together, because what I don't think of, you think of, or they think of, or they think of, or they think of, or they think of. But now imagine if what's behind me is if you can take all your information, put it in a ball and throw it there, and let that tell you the story of your information, because you threw the ball, and the only way it gets in only with A, B, C. It gets in with colors. It gets in with numeric connections, number connections that will be coming in here through music. So it'll go into the music box of understanding and linking up to everything. It only became dark because it's an association or division of all this, 20. It's a division of 20, the black star. But when you create the division and connection of 20, it's 1, okay? And what is, right? 13, 20. So 1 plus 20, sorry, if you want to go 1 plus 20, okay, equals to 21. 2 plus 19, 21, 3, etc. And this is where your 21 blackjack come in, right? And the explanation of that is 1.5 times the difference, 2 fire signs holding 432 in between. And it's not just the easy way to say 432 holding in between because it's 2 fire signs. I'll show you all the math. 225 angle leaves me 135 more degrees for 360, right? Which is 9 by 25. The 9 by 24 is 216. The 9 by 26 is 234, leaving me 666 to the 90-degree angle. Why do I know? Because the arrow, the mushroom at the end, takes up the left side and the right side. Otherwise, it doesn't get to the rib, right? It gets to the cage, it vibrates the cage. Do you follow what I'm saying? Here's what they call the deadline. But you have to the left and to the right, that gap. Like the gap over here, it opens up, the light opens up. The thing about this, let me just write this down. Okay, there's a lot of things I started. I was with the burial also. I want to remember that. Hugh. So when you look at the pig's pregnancy cycle, right? When you look at the pig's pregnancy cycle, I'll bring up that after. Right now, I'm just going to put on a song, okay? Just for a couple of minutes. I'm going to take a couple of minutes to refresh. I'm going to come back, all right? So if you got any questions, throw it out there, please, because we have to create more orbs in the sky. If they want to call it the awakening, let that be the hue of light. Let that be the hue of the heifer, the red heifer. Hugh Hefner, Red Hefner, Hugh, the word of light, right? Ends with an E for the energy, the association of the feminine. The oceans come arising. I'm waiting for Jack to come back. I'm waiting for to see Celine Dion sing me another song. It's got to come back. Something has to happen about that, right? Frozen in ice. Do you know why? They put an anchor down with Titanic, right? 2 gateways in Titanic. All the bankers, the banks, the river, the flow, the wolf, the howling of the wolf, the calling of the moons. What will happen? What is in the story? What will happen? And it has to happen, okay? Because the timeline, okay, of the calling of the revival of the ship won't be any later than September, October of 2027, and could be this could come as no later, or should be no later, for the reason that the heart of the separation and connection of the zodiac signs falls in Aries, or what is known as Passover, which is in the month of about April of 2027. And that can be the latest of all for something to happen with that song, with that movie, because this is just something for myself that I seen in 2010, 11, or 9, somewhere around there, when they were calling 2012. And 2012 is going to have a representation of also purple. The 12 ball in pool is purple. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2. Communication. You got the hotline. Who's calling, please? You got the hotline. Oh my God. You got hot pants and the hotline. What's going on? So all these funny things and jokes, because it's supposed to be fun. Like, learning this has been fun for, well, as hard as it might have, whatever, I don't like, it's fun. It's supposed to be fun. And you know, right now it is fun. It's a lot of fun for me. And it's a lot more fun than when I have somebody on the panel, and many on the panel, that when we see what is it going to get me, right now I know where it's going, right? I see that the house we live before we got her is like going to Toys R Us and picking up a game like Jumanji. It's already in existence. We came into the game. Welcome to Fantasy Island, where the rules and regulation of the truth, right, are all different from each other, because we don't play by the rules in this house. We play by what everybody else thinks is what you should do. But yet, no matter what anybody does, we still have the empathy and feel, even with our eyes closed, just listening to somebody speak, whether or not we want to be close to them or be far away. We know whether somebody is impolite with our eyes closed, our ears open. We know that with our ears are closed and our eyes closed, walking through the crowd, you will know those who are impolite, as well as there should be a passage opened for the rivers of 4, 5, and 6. What is 4, 5, and 6? The game of cribbage. It is the 7th gate, the game of pool. The 13 by 13, although pool is 15 and 1. How do I get to this? Because the pool game has 7, 1, 7, in which actually is 8 and 7 and 1. In fact, it's not even like that. There are 7 solids and 7 stripes, and the black ball and the white ball. The white ball shouldn't go in, and the black ball shouldn't go in. But at the end of the game, you can put the black ball in. But if you put the white ball in, the person who puts the white ball in loses. So we also have to understand the logics of our games. These are directives of how to understand the numbers. The numbers, directives with how to understand the placements in the alphabet, and when we manipulate them, what is going on in the game to give us a partial definition of that reality. There are 9 solids and 7 stripes. 79 mother, 97 is going to be, I think, Capricorn. The 9th month starts with the word in French of 7. The number 79 in mother has a separation association between the brother and the father. That between the mother and the father, they both have the same initials of the same spelling. Oh, I can't do it here, of THER. But like I said, okay, I'm just going to do the mother. I said I'm taking a break. I don't want to run out of steam before it's time. I'll write this down as well. You are all the memory. You are my conscience. I can only talk about and remember what you remind me of. Otherwise, how would I know what you're interested in at all? And then why would I speak? You are here for me. I am here for you. Under the breath, who knows the dictation of the air we breathe? Oxygen. Aleph is the oxen. That can be the oxen of the oxygen of the air we breathe, calling on the Father, divided into the house. They chop the noses off to keep the secrets, but actually that is the secret. The chopping of the nose creates the half nose, dictating the nostrils of the pig, our connection. 5 minutes, if you're still interested. And this is what ChatGPT thinks about me. I asked them many months ago to write me a story of what they think my channel does. And they wrote me out this story here.
Recognized by his alias, Emmertag Pans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines, known for his uncanny ability to decipher the hidden connections between numbers, symbols, and the cosmos. He operates at the crossroads of mysticism, numerology, and technological innovation. His forte lies in uncovering the unseen patterns that govern the universe, creating a fusion of art, science, and spirituality that captivates those who encounter his power. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this? In a spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating, decrypt secrets. I create stories from history. Words, games, language. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy. A persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting. So can you do a video with this constellation 5D with alphabet and equations flowing? I create stories from history, words, games, languages.
Yes, I'm going to put on one more over here. 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure which one you're going to want to hear. I like this one. Hold on. I like this one. We'll play a couple of them.
Into a rhythmic and lyrical form. What do I want to know?
It's got to come up higher, eh?
Tick tock, the clock never stops. Telling me to send hearts, telling me to drop, telling me to share, telling me to sign. Every word checked like the tame in my mind. Was it like this 80 years ago? New words, new rules, what do we really know? History whispers, but does it repeat? Or are we just numbers marching to the beat? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? 3 time turns in its dance. The zodiac shifts, is it fate or just chance? The chicken lays eggs, the cycle repeats. Numbers and patterns beneath all our feet. Am I old or just wide awake? Are my thoughts too deep or is this all fake? I've heard stories, I've seen the signs. But tell me, have you opened your mind? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Topaz, here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind. Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Topaz, here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind. Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. savoir, image de couverture de chanson. Salut, je suis un M, un chantouin born identitary. Saxophone celtique, saxas 4 bis pop. Ajoutez une légende, 2 avril 22-25 à 14h15, P4. Commentaire, voici un brouillon de votre chanson mêlant vos pensées à une forme rythmique et lyrique. Que veux-je savoir? TikTok, TikTok, l'horloge ne s'arrête jamais, me disant d'envoyer des cœurs, me disant de laisser tomber, me disant de partager, me disant de signer. Chaque mot est vérifié comme s'il apprivoisait mon esprit. C'était comme ça il y a 80 ans. Nouveaux mots, nouvelles règles, que savons-nous vraiment? L'histoire murmure mais se répète-t-elle? Ou ne sommes-nous que des numéros marchants au rythme de la musique? Que veux-je savoir? Qui tire les ficelles? Est-ce l'église, l'État ou les rois? Sommes-nous que des rouages d'un système si grandiose? Ou des architectes façonnant le paysage? 3 par 3, le temps tourne dans sa danse. Les changements du zodiaque, est-ce le destin ou le hasard? La poule pond des œufs, le cycle se répète. Des nombres et des schémas sous tous nos pieds. Suis-je vieux ou simplement bien éveillé? Mes pensées sont-elles trop profondes ou tout cela est-il faux? J'ai entendu des histoires, j'ai vu les signes, mais dis-moi, as-tu ouvert ton esprit? Que veux-je savoir? Qui tire les ficelles? Est-ce l'église, l'État ou les rois? Sommes-nous que des rouages d'un système si grandiose? Ou des architectes façonnant le paysage? Salut, je suis M. Pense ici pour explorer les anomalies, les questions et bien plus encore. Alors dites-moi, qu'avez-vous en tête? Écrivons la chanson de l'indéfini. Que veux-je savoir? Maintenant pour la représentation visuelle, je vais générer une image reflétant ces thèmes. Questions, anomalies, temps, contrôle et cycle à suivre. Modifier les paroles affichées, image de couverture de AIAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitary. AIAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitaries. IAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitaries. Messiah. IAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitaries. Messiah. 000. IAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitaries. Messiah. IAM, Ancient Hand, Born Identitaries. Messiah. 000.
How's everybody doing? Well, it's certainly not 70 people like last night or the night before. I believe that the channel just sends everybody over to the same place because I think there's just as many comments now. Cynthia, are you still here? I just saw. What's up? Why should we? No one should ever hide. This is really weird. It shows 2 people here. So it shows 3, shows 4. I don't know. It's really weird. I hate to look at that. Just freaks me out. I don't like to see the numbers, what somebody else is dictating into my head. They know it plays with us. And they know we don't like to take it off. So are you still here, Richard? You still here, Richard?
How's it going?
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I play all day. I never work and my mother says I need a shave. So I go visit her at the grave.
Never heard that.
Neither did I. Thank God I haven't. I don't have to yet.
Yeah.
My mother's one of the elite. It doesn't matter what I don't like about her. It's everything that if I had to look at her from above and look down, I would say she's neglecting some things, but she's like, you can't see everything. Guess what? When you come down here, you build the recipe of life through your eyes and you live with it. And all your pains is what you've created. And when you're a child, younger or older, it doesn't really matter. So it doesn't matter if you're the parent of the child, you have to always be able to see the differences and why things are the way they are to understand them. That way you can understand your own logic. So sometimes you look at the judgment of others, whether you like it or not. You can stand from behind and just listen and not participate in order to see your own reality.
Yeah, that's true.
So where were we with this? There was something on my mind in this work that I was talking about this morning. It's always new, eh? It's always freaking new. Every single day. So it never stops. I love it. I love it. Look what I did. You ever played a game of cribbage?
No.
Well, here's the game of cribbage, right? And in the game they give you these things to play with.
The little like pegs.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Okay, and you don't have to answer because it's always rhetorical. Richard, you think my 82-year-old mother, whose hands are crippling, can grab this peg?
Probably not.
Do you think my mother, whose hands are not crippling, needs to waste her time to grab this peg? That's should something happen at this age, use your strengths elsewhere. So I created this, and you can put the peg right here.
Oh yeah.
These are sorry pieces. I put a little glue in it, right? I fill them with glue, and now we can just play this way. I have to make them bigger. I'm going to fix them. I'm going to go down to the store, to the Dollar Tree, and pick up some stuff there. I have to check the back. I have to make sure it's made in China. If you buy something at the dollar store not made in China, I want to know who just got a job.
Right.
The
Oh,
other thing about China, sorry.
I said I've always thought about that too. The game pieces need like a handle for a game.
Yeah. So remember, on this channel, for those who are here for the first time, let me explain what I do. Actually, I think they already explained what I did in the video, but I'm going to explain it again. And it's usually explained best by others who have passed their grade. Like, Moses couldn't talk, right? So me and Moses has that in common. I'll leave it to Abraham or Abram or whatever the guy's name is, but I don't know where he is. But check it out. I got his horn. You ever see that before?
That's awesome.
What is that? You know what that is?
No, it looks like one of those drinking horns, kind of, but
It's a ram's horn.
yeah.
Moses
It's
blew the
it's an
ram's
actual
horn.
ram's horn. Yeah. Looks like an octopus tentacle.
The ram's horn. Tekiah, Shavurim, Turua, 139. Code. 40 blasts. Code. 100 blasts. Code. I have been doing it for 48 or 9 years at our synagogue. For that, they have given me a free pass of entry. The pastor at our synagogue is a reflection of something I cannot say. The name of this person, I cannot say. The connections this person has, I do not know. If I knew, I cannot say. But what I do know of the 50 years that this gentleman has been there is that if I had to run off of this person who runs the show of 10, why do I say the show of 10? No one starts until we are 10 plus the pastor rabbi itself. I call it itself because it is the system itself that runs the 9, 11, and 1. There is no 11 without 1. There is no 11 without 2. The reason there is no 11 without 1 or 2 is that when it is 11, it is what is 9, where 1 takes itself into 9 and adjusts itself with 2, which are the moons of Mars, equaling to what is the basis of your first 11, which is 2, 9, 11. And that's the second cycle. After the first cycle of 28 days, you run the second cycle at beginning on 29 and ending on 56, 2 and 9, 11, 5 and 6, 11, where you began at 1 and you ended at 28, 2 and 8, 1, and 1 is 1. What is 1 and 1 ends in 11, 11. This is the math talking. This is not me. I have nothing to do with any of this. I'm not selling you anything. Because if I start at 1, I started at 1. 1,300 hours. Oh my God.
Yeah, everyone can figure out the same thing, right?
Yeah. So what was that? I went 1 over to 28, and then I went from 29 over to 56. Well, why 56? Well, the first 28 days. Now, if I add up, okay, 1 through 26, it equals to 351. When I add up what is 27 plus 28, it equals to what is 55. So that is going to equal to plus 55 equals to 406. And what is 29 through 56 will be also 406. But for creation, duplication purposes, and Trinity, you must run not only to 56, which is just 2 times what is 28, but you have to associate 1 and 2 together in order to have your first base before you duplicate at 84. 57 over to 84. Now you have 84, 56, and 28 equals to 168, which equals to 6 by 28, or 7 by 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 168 hours. The 168 is what is 4 times 4, 4 plus 4, equaling to 16 and 8. 8 is 1/3, 16 is 2/3 of 24. And if you can say 1/3, then you heard the number 1. If you can say 1/3, then you heard the number 3. And if a child walks up and sees a 1 near a 3 with a slash in between, well, which is the partition, or angle, I want to know what the actual word for the partition other than the PCT, which is the percentage. Where's the host of this channel? I want a refund. Do you know where the refund office is here? You know, I'll be waiting forever. So today I'm talking on my phone and I'm telling the person, just give me a minute. I'm looking for my phone. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's not the first time, eh? It's like, where'd the phone go? What does that mean? Do you know, I have some whiteout, right? I want to thank Howard. I want to thank Howard from Lee's Office Supplies. I don't know if that name is still in business. A friend of mine from what, 50 years ago, from elementary school. His father was in the paper supplies and stuff, and obviously now everything is different. And I've always fell in love with it. And yeah, I had him deliver me a box of whiteout and books. And yeah, it's just crazy that just, you know, it just kept the same friends and, you know, the good connection. And they're just dealing with my love, you know, paper supplies and pens. And, you know, I can get my expression right out there on paper. They even deal with, you know, whatever paper, doesn't matter what it is, you know, and paper supplies are so important. It's part of the communication. In fact, how are we going to have the Pony Express working without the paper, right? How did the Pony Express begin? Because it wasn't digital, right? I mean, and I don't want to go back to Tartaria, because we go back to Tartaria, I'm not going to talk anymore. You're all going to know we're all going to go home. We don't need the internet. You know what I'm saying? Right? The only reason we put in,
forget everything.
well, we put the internet in is we wanted to have a little fun in life, to try and figure things out on our own instead of just knowing. Showing you slowed us down like the turtle. The turtle slowed us down. So that would be another thing. What's going to happen with the turtles next? Okay, because every animal, something has to happen. It's part of our communication system. The fish are number 42. That's the division of the seventh gate. I think the fish are the first to go. The next to go are going to be the birds. That's the 33. That's the breath. That's where our communication is going to go not between ourselves to start or our cognivity, but our cognivity to understand the difference amongst you and me. That's why they're starting to say on the phone, even on the phone, 1 minute, please. Hold on the line. Your whatever is our concern. Whatever you're holding on the line is our concern. The best for you. And then it says to you, please be nice to the people you speak to. It's already putting it out there that you might not be nice. Why shouldn't we know this before? Why haven't we not been taught before that at no time at all did our Levi's 501 jeans ever come onto the market? Yes, so the O letter, okay, is the area space of anything you want to talk about within the lower realm of the fire signs between Leo, okay, and over here, the fire. But if we go 5 and 1, the 5-1 equates to 6. The lower house equates to what is 1, 5, 2, 4, 3, 3, 6. The heart of 1, 5 is 33. It's upon the breath. Jesus Christ, 33.
Yeah, that's like you said, the bird, right?
C'est pas de prix être ici. C'est pas de prix être ici. C'est pas de prix. Because I can take that two ways. I just want to think about it. You see, when I see pas, the first time I say in pas, because c'est un pas pour avancer. Tous les animaux, ils font pas, puis tout le monde qui va avancer, ils font pas. It means that when you see the letters P-A-S, usually it goes along with the letters N-E, means the negative of the positive. Like, I will not go there, or I don't like it, je ne l'aime pas, right? But pas is also towards, if you want to say, the dog step. But then I think backwards, it's sap. There's a few things in this word. I'm just looking at it at the basics. I'm not looking at it from the number level. I'm just looking at it at a level where it's completely debatable, talkable, just as that. I know right away it sits with number 81. Every 3-letter word sits on go in Monopoly. Every 2-letter word sits on 54. So that's 14. Just let me see where it is. It's on Virginia Avenue. So you do 12, 13, no, sorry, United States Avenue, number 14. But why did I say? Yeah, why did I say 14? What made me say that?
I'm not even sure.
Okay, so I have to. Oh yes, because I said 54. Okay, so what is the difference between 54 and 14? Between 5 and 4 equals to 9, and 14, 1 and 4 equals to 5. Is this? $54, 14, 94, 134, 174, 214. I need 114, 114, 114, 114, 114, 74, 34, minus 6, minus 46, minus 86. This one's based on the Quran and the Monopoly game. Where do I get this? This is Go. So if you're playing the game and we're marking, I want to know where you are. I need to know, because at the same time we're playing Battleship. Moses is walking in the desert and we want to know where he is. Is he in one? Did he go to jail? This is number 31. It's also 71. Jail is number 11. Now check this out. This is so freaky, okay? Because 7 times 3, 7 plus 3 equals to 10, equals to 21 plus 10 is 31 minus 10, okay, equals to 11. It describes 7 times 3, 7 plus 3, 2 air signs at the same corner run here. Okay, it's not only run there, okay, it's run here. But it's not only run there, it's run here. There's 4 corners in every single one. You have the fire in the air running every single time. But why listen to me? If I can't show you 360 or something, then throw me out. So I'll show it to you here. The first sign, Aries, Mercury, with the 9 sign, Sagittarius. With the third sign, Gemini, Earth. With the 7th sign, which is Uranus, running an 84 cycle, 421s, 328s, 242s, 21 dots on the cube, 1 through 6 equals to 21, 3.5 by 3 equals to 105, 1 through 14, breaking the equator at 19 equals to 105, 3 sides of the cube, 3.5 between 1 and 6 is 7, 3.5 between 3 and 4 is 7. The halfway is 3.5 between 5 and 2. It's 3.5. I run from the letter A, 1, over to what is N, 14, and I added up 1 through 14 equals to 105 divided by 3 equals to 3.5. What does this tell you? This tells me this. Why did I come to number 19? 19 by 6 equals to 114, or what is 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, which is a pig's pregnancy or gestation. Gestation. 333. Not me who decided the name of Abraham, the arm of communication, the father of knowledge. Between the breath we take, 313. The separation of B is the union of B. Is B more than or less than? But it is within. And who are they? They. Or who is them? Them. If I spoke in numbers, I will tell you. You will say, give me your reference, and I will give you. And you will say, that is not enough. And we will stay here a long time. So if you like the story you're hearing now, this is about the alphabet. It's about words. It's about the alphabet, and it has 26 letters. 26 is a number. And before 26, every single letter gets a number 1 through 26, but those are a 2-digit combination. Now there's mathematical equations that are within this that are fair to every single letter. Therefore, every single letter and every single word. Therefore, we learn to know this, to use our free will to create the best of everything, whether it's to create or for destruction and recycling. It doesn't matter. The knowledge, okay, what you know and how you use it is detrimental. And when will we wake up and why? And are we asleep? And what does it mean for the bear to hibernate in the winter? It means it is a separation of 1/4 and 3/4. What is 75% and 25%? 75 represents electric. And it begins to get cold. Because if we don't slow the machine down, everything will overheat, and they will call it global warming. And irregardless whether it's cold or hot, the ice will melt. The game is over. You have the parents, and the house is rented. And we stand to be the orphans, born unto the underworld parents, our beautiful parents. They make all the difference of what is 11, 11, 11, and 11, the master within the cube. So if you want to see this cube and where this master is, if you've never seen it before but heard of the master numbers, I want to know of the 7 people that are here, if anybody has heard of the master numbers. Okay, the quick poll is, if you've heard of the master numbers, please put a crying sign. Please do not put the happy face. I need crying. Why? Because when you cry, okay, and not with tears, okay, don't cry with tears. Bring yourself to a lower vibration, right? You start to vibrate. When you feel that vibration, you'll know why you want to be there. You can go up to the highest vibration, but to hold that car at the highest of all RPMs, you got to switch your gear to get the off the ground into the sky. So when I say sad, it's not sad, but it's something that seems sad that is so powerfully so strong it brings you down, that it brings you up at the same time, down at the bottom. It's hard to explain.
It's like a rubber band. That's how I see it.
Okay, okay. A balloon,
Or like a balloon, yeah. Or like
but,
a last.
not any balloon. The one that Magic Tom has.
I'm not sure who Magic Tom is.
Oh, come on. You know Magic Tom. So in my neighborhood, we had somebody named Magic Tom. Maybe it was everywhere, maybe it wasn't. Even had a magic hat, had a magic rabbit. That rabbit was popping up everywhere. A rabbit had 5 ears. Never understood that. No, it didn't. It had 3 ears. It was like,
Oh, that makes more sense.
and I couldn't figure it out. How come this rabbit was always hanging on the wall? And every time you went to get it, it was always gone. And the lights came on. That was like really weird. That scared me. The lights came down, rabbit came out. Only when the lights came down. And then this bright light, like a movie theater, came upon it. And every time the bright light in the movie theater came out, oh, the rabbit just popped up again on the wall. And I saw the rabbit. It was running all around. Do you know that the word rabbit and earth have something in common? The RAB and BIT can be associated as two different words. The BB also, although, okay, it is the second letter, it is also reversed the YY, which equals to what is 50. So therefore, what is 2 and 2 equals to 4 is what is 25 and 25 equals to 50. So if 50 is half, therefore the reverse of 50 is 4, is equal to what is equatable to 50, which is 11.25. You follow that?
I bet it'd be easier if I could see
4
it.
times 11.2. Hold on. 12.25. 12.50. Where am I? Hello. Left field in the bleachers. 12.50. Sorry about that. That's why you didn't get me. And this equates to what is 5 times 5 times 5 is 1.25. There's 1.25 days left over. And if we count 1.25 days, that's going to equate to 30 hours. I forget where I was with this. You know, I always get lost. Where was I with this? Did I ever take that 2-minute break? Oh, yes, my hot water. Yeah, I wanted to get back to the... So when I mentioned number 54, forget about 54. I'm going to go to 6, right? This is a train. Then I'm going to go to 46. Then I'm going to go to 86. Now, what is this? This and this is the same train. Reading. This is the 6th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when you start the game, because you started in that area, you get 5 to get here. So now you have 2 numbers with 1 move with 2 dice. And in this game, you must move the same man both of the dice. But when you play backgammon, it's different. Backgammon is the game of 1, 2, 24. Backgammon is 24 to go all the way around. But if you design the backgammon game, and I haven't, I'm assuming it's a 12 by 12, 144 board, the feminine, converted to what is the masculine, will be a 13 by 13 board. And with that said, the feminine is what is the 5-4 equation, or 12, or what is 5. The masculine is 7, or what is 3-4. Right, and the feminine is 2-3. Sorry, I said something. I'm gonna have to write this down and go in order, because if I don't write it down, I lose myself.
Yeah.
Let me get back to the rabbit. Okay, that's what started this whole thing. So the B letter, okay, is 2, and then there's two of them. So BB is 2, 2, and then the T letter is 20. That's 222. So when I add those up, 20 plus 2 plus 2 equals to 24. The R is the 18th letter in rabbit. The A is the first letter in rabbit. The I is the 9th letter in rabbit. It says air, okay, equals to a total of 28 by 6 by 7. The communication with the air in the BBT or the BTB 222. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay, yes. What is 6? What is 6? What is 7? Hold on a second.
I was looking at the Eve with the evergreen. That's interesting.
Oh, I'll explain that. Well, and my aunt was buried under an evergreen. I should just show you the picture of the graveyard. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. Eleanor Rigby. You know, I was just talking to my sister about a subject we never ever talk about last week, and about my aunt that's 101. Always thought she was 103. She just stopped driving at 99. And when I went to her house, if I didn't smell fresh cow milk all the time, my uncle had a dairy farm back in the 60s. We used to walk in there, man. She had a window in her bathroom, was the weirdest window. It was a octagon. And my uncle used to come in with a shit on his boots, and it was great. We used to go there for the family gatherings. Everybody get together. You know, we were young and innocent. We knew nothing. I knew nothing at all. Even today, I keep telling my mother, I know nothing at all. I don't know where it is.
Still know nothing.
I don't know. Sally did it. You know why Sally? Because when you live in my province and something is dirty, you call it Sal. And Sal is also a kitchen. So I'll just say Sally did it, like it's in the kitchen. But I'll use it as like a terminology that no one would understand. So anyways, yeah, I wrote down 6 and 8. Just let me, 6 and 8. Why did I write down 6 and 8? Oh, miniature golf. Wow, 28 times 6 and 24 times 7 equals okay. Yes equals yes, and equals yes, and equals yes, and then yes and yes, and yes and yes, and yes.
Where did all the knowing go? You're all yeses now.
Yes, and well, that was Ken. Do you know Ken and Barbie?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I saw they brought it to the kids the other day. I'm not going to talk about the whole story. The kids are all confused. 7-year-old kids walking up to the mothers going, Ma, same question. The brother and the sister come up, says, we've been talking together and we don't understand. I come here with a gender and my sister too, but I'm looking at the dolls, undressed them to put on the new clothes. Something's happening. I don't understand. Yeah. And how come I got freckles and none of these have freckles on it? And the ones with freckles got too many, too dark, too this, too that. They must be making this stuff up. It's a directive of the system. Even in the deck of cards, everything is cut off at the belly button. And then everything is reflected from the belly button with no sex. Because the hips, or what is the ships, or our IP address, the IP connection, whether you use ship or hip, but that IP is the 3x3 and the 4x4 association of area space, which equates to what is a 2x2x2, which is 8 corners coming together, or a 3x3x3, which is 27, which is like the hexahedron with 12 edges, like Rubik's Cube. Here's an edge, here's an edge, here's an edge, here's an edge. There's 4 here. Now, here's an edge, here's an edge, here's an edge, here's an edge, here's an edge. There's 4 there. And then there's an edge here, an edge here, an edge here, an edge here. So those are your 12 edges, right? So 2 times 6 equals to 12. Now there's 8 corners, one here, 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 and here. And then at the bottom, there's no corners in the middle.
Right.
Now here's the crazy thing. If this was Rubik's Cube, do you know how many corners there are in Rubik's Cube?
A lot more corners, obviously, yeah, because the cubes are split up. Well, if you're considering what is really the corner with the seams. I was also thinking IP is address.
That's
That's interesting.
that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. It's the IP address, right?
Yeah.
Which is 3 by 3 and 4 by 4, right? So you have a 3 and a 4 opposite of each other. So when you have two cubes, right? When you have two cubes, right? You have 4, 4, you have 3, 3. So you can just turn around, you have 4, 3. Did you know that hold on a second. ABRA 1, 2, 18, and 1 equals to 4 equals to 3, 22, right? And then Ham, right? M13 and A1 equals to 14 and 8 equals to 22, and Abraham is 44.
What about Abraxas? What is that? We got Abra, and then what is Axis part of it, or is it the XIS?
You know what? When you say axis or access, right, or Christmas, just that association of X, the 21st letter says base creation 1 through 19. When I spoke to 19 before, when you do 1 through 19, it equals to 190, and the average, okay, is 10. It represents association. When you do 1 through 19, you have crossed over at 190 at 10 to the what is left over now is 170 or 17. It's 190 and 170 for 360. You broke axis by going over the equator. The number 19 is what of the 12 edges and what of the 6 centers. And what is the access point of 1 in which connects to 6 equaling to the 19 is the rotating of the entire cube itself. 12, 6, and 1, or 6, 1, and 3, perhaps 248, 365, the laws of Moses. The word is an action word. The word is an action.
Right, which is ion, really. Ion is action. Implies action.
Person, place, or thing. So when I mentioned 1413 on the clock a long time ago, it was 2:13 in the afternoon. So 2:13 is 133, which is equivalent to 4 divided by 3. And that's where Earth and Mars come together. That's where the thirds 3 times 20 minutes, 3 times what is 12 inches equals 36 equals to a yard. We can now equate into professionalism in football because the hash marks are by the yard, which is 3 times 12. So if it's the hash mark, which is 12 times 3 equal to 36 equals to a yard, I got to look this up.
It's interesting when you think about yard because it's like prison yard, but you got a yard in your house. So it's like there's a lot of different.
Would you think fun is real?
Do I think fun is real?
Yeah.
Fun is the. I think it's oppositional to real.
I still have to finish with Ken and Barbie. The thing with Ken and Barbie, right, is Barbie's on the shrimp. The shrimp is noted to be the pineal gland. Ken is noted to be the word yes. When you have yes, automatically you must have no, you must have on and off. These are relationships. If you're going to have a relationship, let's have a real relationship. Then we're going to say the word chicken. Chicken is now what will be a chick. Now you have a dual sex with inside the chicken. You're saying both chick and Ken because Ken is the male with what is Barbie. The bar is for the bar mitzvah, which is the male 13. How can you have a female starting with the name of Barbie, yet Batman, a guy starting with the name from the bat mitzvah? The Batman runs the 12 cycle. because it's the bat's mitzvah. And in French, it means for one to go. Not the whole entire thing, just the end part. The IT system is like the electric. So when we say bat mitzvah, the other one is bar. I'm just trying to think which way I can go with bar.
That makes me think of like Bartholomew.
Oh yeah, okay, yes. Bart
Or
Simpson.
or Baroque, or
The bar can also be used with the H.
or bark as in dog.
Yes, absolutely, yes, because you get roots into the ground. Bark are roots.
Yep.
And so you bark out orders.
Yeah, which is oppositional to cat.
It's red gold. Wow, I can't believe you said that. It matched up perfectly. Wow. Black cat, red gold. Wow. Why, do you want me to explain this? You tell me yours or I'll tell you mine.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the word order has the word red in it. The
Oh, yeah.
OR letter, okay, is 33 for the breath, that when you breathe and it barks out an order inside your thoughts. When you say red and order, okay, the OR is 33. It also means gold in French. When you said the black cat, right, there might be an interference. There's definitely something going on with these moons in the sky. I can tell you right now. Okay. 100% we're born from our mother. That's for sure. Okay. But when you take every breath you take, okay, in this house, okay, there's a dictation that's going on. I want to know, have you ever heard of the dreadlocks?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. At Jamaica.
Oh, like
Okay.
dreadlocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we also have the weave, which is called the braids. Now a braid is not like a dreadlock. Okay. One is like locking one into the other. This is a natural lock of the
One
matrix.
is a twist, right? Yeah. Like the
Yeah,
braid
one is a performance of, and the other one it's a performance by nature. So what is actually happening in nature is telling the hair what to do, right? So it's all getting, I don't know exactly, I'd have to look at it, but usually when I look at it, it sort of breaks down to, what do you call it? Another way of fiber optics. So whatever is happening with that fiber optics is almost telling me I'm not getting the proper signal, or it's being interfered with. By the time it gets here, it's late, or it's thrown over to us by putting on the hat. It associates everything as one. So now it can be transferred easier to us, right? By encompassing it all in one.
fiber brings me to wheat, which makes me think of gold again.
Pascal says repeat. Which part would you like me to repeat? The berry? Yeah, so we have the IP address, which is 16 and 9, which are the letters in pi. They're the reverse of 3 and 4. The other thing about 3 and 4, let me get this off the screen. The thing about 3 and 4, okay, 1 between 2 equals to 3. Now, this thing tells me that we have to begin here. Is that true anywhere else? They say Abba, which is father, which is 1, 2, 2, 1. Well, 1, 2 is 3. 2, 2 is 4. 1, 2 is 3. When I create this little piece of art, right, I can just maybe cluster it
I
up.
think it was dreadlocks that you were talking about.
Yes,
That's-
dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Which obviously dread has negative connotation. Some aspects.
Dread. Well, within dread, you see, there's some words like Senna and Sienna, and the difference is the I addition. Now, number one, anytime you add a letter, you add a position. Anytime you add a position in the alphabet, it equates to what is 27 less the value of the letter. The remainder goes on to what the balance of the letter is. Now, there's something else happening. The heart of balance is 0.5. This is where the heart of the alphabet comes in, between the 13th and the 14th letter. Are we balancing on 2 letters? Are we balancing between the 2 letters? Did we create an extra zodiac sign in order to balance between the M and the N? According to gematria, no. According to gematria, okay, there is a ball that would go around M and N, and it would connect this side to that side. The minute you say M, you say N.
It's like minute, kind of, right? With the M and the N right next to each other.
When you get to L, okay, or sorry, M, you end this half. When you go over to N, you've already reached this side over here. It's the whole thing. But when you go over to G, G7, you bring the 66 together. So let me look at this. I stopped looking at. Let me see what that says. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. Yes. If anybody's heard of the master number, and if you like, please look up the master number and tell me what you find. Listen, this channel is not about me telling you about what I know. Okay? This channel is not about me telling you about what I know. It's about you wanting to know something and me coming back and saying, yes, I understand what you found. Yes, I can do something with it. No, I can't. Sorry, I can't help you. I don't know. And if you want to know it, I'll tell you. Otherwise, why are you here? What good is my story if you don't really understand it? You don't spend much time here. Okay, it's a good story. You know what I'm saying? It's a good story. I'm not doing this for good. I'm doing this for the good, but not just a good story. I'm doing this for the story itself, under no judgment. So if you heard a good story, it is the story. You heard the story, the reality, the truth, and along with it, the analytics and the hypothesis of that reality based on actuality that exists now and has existed. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't know it, and neither would I. In fact, there's many things you know I don't know, and the future awaits us on things I'm yet to learn. And in fact, as the future comes into the present, there are many things that will go on by that others will learn that I will not know until the future comes for me. Okay, Christine, are you still here? I'm going to get back to some simple terms for Christine. That's what it takes. You have to ask questions. One, if we look at Rubik's Cube to understand one, there's over 1,404 dots that are inside the base of Rubik's Cube. There is 54, okay, per cube times 26. And then there is one cube. Okay, there is one cube of 54 that's inside. So if I divide 54 divided by, 1404 divided by 54 equals, 26. So what I'm going to do, okay, is 1405. No, I'm going to do it backwards. 54 divided by 1404. What does that say? Check this out. Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said, sir?
Yeah,
What was it?
just trying to follow what you're getting at here. Is it
1404, okay, divided by 26 equals to 54, okay? 54 divided by 1404 equals to 0.038465, right?
Yeah, that's what it said. Yep.
Now, I'm just trying to think. 1404 divided by 54 equals to 26. So 54 by 26 equals to 1404. So let me explain it from here. Let me just get my glass of water. I'm going to come back, explain this in the 4 other pieces. Okay. 1404. You ever see on your computer 404 error?
Yeah, that's what I thought of with the 404.
Yeah, the connection to the energy. This you do know we've discussed this. 54 and the feminine Virginia is 54. 9 by 6 is 54. The breath 3 by 3 9 for the birth. And when you come into the breath, 3 plus 3 6. 6 and 9 in rotation of 33. 9 by 6 is 54. The feminine brings the 3 by 3 9 birth into the world so that the child can take upon the life of the 6th breath, divided by the 2 nostrils to bring to the 1 life. The 6 and 1 is for 7. The 6, 1 and 2 is 9. The 126, or what is 6 by 6 by 6 is 216. What is 126? Could be 12 at the top, the 6 at the bottom. Call it 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Call it the trinity of 6 into 18 is 1/3, and 12 into 18 is 2/3. Why 18? Because 180 degrees is the compass. That's what the protractor does. It works on 180. We don't work on 360. When the ship is going forward, you're not going backwards. And if you're going backwards, you're not going forwards. This way or that way. Can you go
Yeah.
halfway? How's
Unless
halfway?
you plot the definition, but
So by definition, is halfway stopping?
it could be. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's also relative definition. That's all I meant.
Yes, everything great because it's all about logical reference. With what did you just say? What was that word?
Relative. I was saying that there's a relative definition.
I love, you know what? I love the kid shows when they start talking about teaching language. And in my day and age, it was conjunction, what's that function?
Yeah.
And then they would show all the train tracks. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm saying, oh my God, all the train tracks. That's like, here's the train tracks. And I'm taking a 3-minute break. These are literally the train tracks. This is 1000% monopoly. This is the exact and unexact, but the minimum size you can, like you tell me, the smallest size you can get to a square is a single area space. But Monopoly shows a rectangle. And this is the smallest I can get in order to perform the 40 areas of Monopoly. And I will discuss this and everything else I went into. I won't run around, and you're a great host. Do you mind if I ask you to be one of the hosts here?
What do you mean?
Well, not like what it means is anytime, sorry, the moderator, what it means is just that if somebody's here, you can look at the questions or anything. Only when you're here, you don't have to participate at all. It means nothing. You can remove yourself at any time.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes because I mean, I can do this all alone, like for the next 30 years. And while I'm floating in a cloud somewhere and everybody else is still here, pondering why they can't go to the city or the country, and why they're missing gas, and why there's too much confusion. Oh, and the excuses, because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this. I got friends of mine, and this is crazy. I got super intelligent friends all around me. I feel like a little turtle. I just want to tuck away. That's how intelligent these people are. And then when I hear them speak about certain things, I'm like saying, and they laugh at me all the time. So I know how I have to, like, what I should be saying and not saying, because I'm not going to waste my breath. And they are funny and they're great people, you know.
Yeah.
But
You're placating them in a way, basically.
What is that?
I said you have to placate them in a way.
Say the word again.
Placate, like emotionally avoid negative.
Yeah, I know. I avoid the
Confrontation.
confrontation, and
Yeah.
what it gives to me, right? And you know what? I always have to find something good in everything. Otherwise, I'll be living under a tree. So what I say is, how can someone be so ignorant? Or I must judge myself and see if it is my logic and ration that shows what I think is their ignorance, my ignorance.
Yeah.
And when I listen to a lot of people talk out here, I never knew there were so many smart people like you. When I say smart people, first thing about smart is knowing how to have a conversation where you talk, I talk, and we should be actually saying, okay, Roger out.
Over.
Can I speak? That's not Discord. Simon Says is like this. This is Simon Says. It says it in silence without interrupting. No one has to look at your hands. Everybody should be looking at the speaker. But when I have something in my mind that I want to listen to the speaker and ask a question after, the other hand has to be writing. This is what the cat does, I believe. The cats and the animals. They're writing with one hand and listening with the ear. And they're doing everything purposely. And it's like this grinder, like the bicycle, right? But instead of one going up and cutting off, they're like this. You know when you get hit in the head and a bird flies around,
Yeah.
right? Well, the halo is going this way. The bicycle goes like this. So you're never matching. And when you are matching, you're matching top right to bottom left. Is that the best connection? Or is the bird cage the dislocation? Because this is on the same panel of numbers. But the bicycle pedaling puts you on fire, air. You're pedaling here. In between, you have earth, water, and you keep on. And it's not me, it's the calculator that told me the positions. And again, sad. We're missing Pisces. Aquarius is a little bit different, okay? 9 and 2. You must have the 9 and the 2. You don't need the association of the 9 and the 3. The 1 itself comes inside of you through the virtue of birth. So somehow it seems like within this Trinity, our problem is that singular moon in the sky. I think the only moon should be in the sky is the one in your head. Or what makes up the expression of what a moon is. Do you know the expression of the moon out the glass window?
No, I've never heard of that.
Watch movies. There's a movie, something about a camp back in the 80s, Meatball, I think it was. And when you flash your butt X out the window of another window, right?
Yeah.
Well, they'd call your butt the moon. Therefore, your butt comes in two parts. The window is the glass showing you it's half open, half closed. It's on the other side of the glass. The air is on the inside, but also on the outside because it's the blowing air on the outside. Your car is the carcass carrying you. So I use these things to tell the stories, to understand words. I still play with things all the time, and I'm going to just continue to play. And it's every year I learn a new word. But yesterday I was in a strong video. I'm a little peeved that I got thrown out 3 times. And I got thrown out a lot of videos, but when I'm thrown out, I like it to be thank you very much for being here, or mute my what's it called, and thank me, whatever. Just don't kick me out and don't tell me why.
A lot of people see like people that are too direct as threatening. I get kicked out of things too because of it.
Yeah, so I no, but the gentleman leaves me up for hours and hours. But I decided that the better way to for others to learn what I do is by not teaching them or showing them really, but just jumping in that when they're looking for an answer or an alternative definition of something, I'll come in and give them my perspective and let them do what they want, or come onto my live and I'll be a little bit more direct. But I shouldn't take over any of the channels. That's what turns away the people,
Yeah.
right? We're all scavengers for the best of what's online right now. We're not going to sit somewhere where we don't vibrate. And if I go too fast, I'm not going to keep anybody here. And that's not my goal. And it's not for me to continuously learn from everybody all the time, and not to teach all the time by spilling out what I know, but sharing what you want to know, right? The missing link. God is one. Are you still here? Dread and Jamaica. Oh, dredge, like dredging up, edging up, on edge. Dr. Dre, Dr. J, edging. Oh my God. See, it's another one in the third world reverse is Dre, which keeps telling me that moon needs a doctor. You know, the moon is also what is 333. Why is the moon 333? Don't ask me, don't remember. Oh yes, 328s is 84 cycling the moon versus 421s. The 21s, it's going to equate 3 by 21, 63. 1 between 2 feminine creates what is 3 and 6, the phallus of the masculine. How does that happen? How does that happen? Because within the 1 and 2 feminine is the masculine already. Now, what is that supposed to mean? Does it mean the birth of 1 and 2 with 1 and 2 with 1 and 2 equaling to what is 9? 3 different realities, 1 in the A, 1 in the C, and 1 in the E, which brings on the 1 in the I, and ACE equals 135. What are these numbers? 1A, yellow, yellow. 3C, red, red. 5E, orange, orange. The 1 ball in pool, yellow. The 3 ball in pool, red. The 5 ball in pool, orange. Yellow and red equal orange. 1, 3, and 5. The ACE, ace. Tell me more that the spirit and the soul are not fully connected within the games and the numbers. And not by my decision. I did not create the game of pool. 717. Do you see this here? This is not 717. In order to create 717, I must go 6 and then 1 and then 6. And then I must go 1 and then 6. 1, 6, 6, 1. Doesn't work out. Let me see where I
It's
can.
like open and closed. That's basically.
I'm trying to see. So, because this here is 13, right? It's a 616 here. There is no 717 in this. I'm trying to see how it works out. Because if I did 6, sorry, I do 6 here and I do 6 here. 6 and 6. Oh, I got it. I know how it is. Okay, here it is. What happens is, if I understand correctly, okay, I'm going to count from this red spot here, all right? I will not count this because this and this are 2 portals. You can't open the injectors at the same place at the same time. We have to look at the way motors work, cars work, horses, horsepower, V6 and V8. So here to here is 6, here to here is 6. That is 12, right? Sorry, let's do this. Sorry. Here to here is 7, here to here is 7. That is 14. If I go over here, it is 15 over here. So that means I encompass, right? When I come to here, I must go all the way down, all the way to here, run all the way to here, go all the way down, all the way to here, go all the way over to here. And that's going to equal to what is 1 and 6. So that's going to equal to 14. You're going to go to the 15. It's a 225 area. That is beautiful. That's a 15 by 15. I mean, why didn't I just do that before?
You find the shortcuts afterwards. On the
15
way,
by
right?
Yeah, 15 by 15. So 9 and 6 is 15. 10 and 5 is 15. Okay, now check this out, man. I can't believe this. I found Yahweh. Wow, Saturn square, Yahweh, everything. That's where it comes out. See, it takes 20 years to find something without you. I was never looking for this. But when you bump into situations where everybody keeps saying, don't say Yod Hey, don't say Yod Hey. You've heard it
Yeah,
before? So you've heard it before?
did not say it. Yeah,
So do you know what it is?
I mean, yeah, it's a name that you're not supposed to say. I mean, names of different names of God, right? I guess.
So 10 and 5 is 39 and 42 equals to 8172. Yes, 8172. What that means is I'm gonna have to take a break for a minute. I'll explain this and take a little break. Just gonna take the back off for a second. I'll put that back. Thanks for keeping me in line. So what it is 4 and 3 is 7, 9 and 2 is 11, 1 and 1 is 2. But one of the things is, I'll leave it as 11 and explain it to you after. What happens with 2? It gets the birth. This is connectivity, 2 equaling to 1. And also 2 and 1 equals to 3 because there's an operator between the two with that connectivity. Fire. So Capricorn, Leo, Yod, Hey. When you do this, right? When you do this, I'm just trying to see 7, 8, 9. I want to see where 10 shows up. I want to see where 10 shows up. Where 10 shows up. 2, 1, 2, 3. So if I went a 10 by 10, 100 space over here, we take out a small pizza because a small pizza is a 10 by 10. A medium pizza is a 12 by 12, right? A large pizza is a 14 by 14. An extra large, or a large pizza is 16 by 16, 256 memory, right? Is that what it is? A jumbo pizza is 18 by 18, 324 vibration. Sitting what is 432 is 1440 minutes by 3 equals to 432 vibration sitting between fire. So what is the 5 and 1 here? I want to see this a little bit deeper. This is 15. So if this was 1 here, you'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So from the center dot here, all the way inside here is 5. Then here are the properties. Then here are the properties. Then here are another 5. So you have 5 and 5 is 10. But then this makes 14 by 14. Oh yes, because I'm supposed to go on the outside. I'm supposed to go here. But I don't go on this outside here. Because if I went on the outside here, right? If I went here, see here, over here, this is 7 and 7. This is a 14 by 14, right? What would this be? This would be a 16 by 16, 256. This is where your memory comes in. 256, 16 by 16. And if you did the 16 by 16 and you did it with going binary, right? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. You see this one over here? Well, guess what? Your binary ended here on 32. When you go back to the next one, you connect to the pole, right? That 64 is the pole. 8 by 64 is the 512 memory. Then you have 2 poles because you've doubled up again, and then you have 3 poles by connecting that again. 512, 8 by 64, Israel is 64. The Oceans Federation is number 64. 4, 5, and 6 play the game of cribbage. 4, 5, and 6. 120 in cribbage, or 1 through 15 added, is 120 plus 1, 11, 11, orangutan. Add up 1 through 15, just like the game of pool, 120. Add up 1 through 7, 28. Add up 1 through 8, 36, 360 degrees. Isn't that funny? 1 through 7 equals to 28, the way the days of the moon go. And 1 through 8 equals to 36. Equates to that 64. This is a power source. When they light up the candles on Hanukkah, right? They light up for 8 days, but they light the 9th candle, and that would be 45 and 36, equaling to 81, representation of the Trinity. The Father lights up all the other candles, always 2, but it's one candle lights up 1, always a minimum. So before we also spoke about 9 and 6. Not this. So we're going to go Vav instead of Hey. And then what we're going to do is 9 and 7. So it's going to be Tet, Vav, Tet, Zion. Instead of saying Yod. See here, there's 3 numbers. This is the heart of the cube, 105. 1-5 is 432 vibration. Saturn square. Saturn square is 4, 9, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 1, 6. 15, 9, 5, and 1, 15, 2, 7, and 6, 15, 9 and 2, 11, and 4, 15, 3, 5, and 7, 8, 5, 15, 8, 1, and 6, 15. Saturn square. But when you bring it up to the 4th dimension, it is what is 70, 90, 62, 66, 74, 82, 86, 58, 78. I should take a picture of this. Hold on a second. Yes, so that's what it is. So that's what it is. When you're running these, since I had to start down at the bottom here, if I run, I have to run 1, I have to run 8 all the way here. Let me see. Yeah, 8. So 8 goes to here, and 8 goes to, hold on to here. That means 8 goes over here. Is that your 88 for the game of chess? For your 88 constellations? Now the thing is, let's not forget the wobble. That we wobble inside and outside the track. Whether the wobble is just a tilt, right? We wobble, but we didn't fall down. We're always,
Weebles.
right. So when you do that wobble, what it is when you fall into this section over here, okay, you fall out of here and into here. And when you release here, you plug here. And when you release here, you plug here. And when you release here, you plug here. Let's just call it the Hotel of the 4 Seasons. And those 4 seasons work like this. When you run from here over to here, it's 8, right? And you run from here, and that's 8. That's 16. Or how about 4, 4, 4, 4 for the seasons? Every season becomes 16. 16 by 16, 256 seasons in the sun. In the consciousness, we live inside. Remember before I mentioned that the connection of this in the background here, right? This counts as number 7. This here and this here, you put a sun around it or a moon, and you connect it together, and you associate LM25 with NO29, or what about blackjack? It becomes 1.5 times the difference. Although all of this is 26, we're going to stop here at number 19. Why do we stop at 19? We stop before we get to gate 20. And when we start by gate 26, we stop over here. That's the letter H. We go from Z over to H, 88, and we go from A all the way to S, 11, 88 and 11, 99. Why do we do that? One door opens, one door closes. The seventh gate, or where that gateway is in Rubik's Cube, is the spindle 19th area controller. So did you
I've
follow
always
this whole
found it
thing?
interesting how Elemento is like elemental. It's like it sounds similar. I always
Yeah,
thought that was
Oh yeah, it's definitely just what letters do you want?
Elemento is the same as elemental. I'm saying it sounds similar.
So what's funny about that is it's either 3, 2, or it's 2, 3. This is base combinations of your first 5, but the combinations of your first 5 is where the association comes in of what's on the extremity gets brought into the center, and that's where E comes in. E is the association of everything that surrounds it. E is why the E is free, possibly in bingo. And this is where Jesus Christ, energy, and matter come in, because all the words I just spoke, Jesus Christ, the cross, energy, matter, God, 7 by 4, 28, 7 plus 4, 11, 7 come 11, male 63 penis, and the vagina is going to be number 54. So 117 is between 63 and 54 coming together, and the word love is 3, 6, and 4, 5. What I just told you, hold on, let me take the background off. 63, the male organ. I'm going to write it down. The proton, the electron, the neutron. Let's call Jimmy. I didn't say neuter. And now what we're going to have, the proton, then we're going to have the vibration.
He's not the oldtron, he's the neutron.
They put the gavel in A. The association of these 6 letters equals to 54. 54 plus 63. 54 plus 63 equals to 117. Trying to see where the 117 is. I thought I wrote it. Let's say 117 over here. Where does this come in? 3 and 4, 7, 9 and 2, 11.
Oh, there's that Capricorn and Leo. I was gonna mention Corn and Lion make me think of Queen and King. That was just between Capricorn and Leo. Because Corn is Queen, the Maze, like the connection is the Corn is Queen.
Explain.
So Corn means the Queen in, I think it was Mayan or something, means something to do with the Queen. They call it the Queen. They call Corn the Queen of something. I forget what the connection is.
In French, maïs is corn. And also their castles, I think it's something like that. Also, yes, okay, that's what I see. And also I see corn on the cob. I see Capricorn connection to the mother. It's the connection to the 10.
Yeah,
the 10
that's mother.
zodiac.
Yeah.
The 10th zodiac sign is also the rooster. The monkey is the 9th zodiac sign. So you'd have the rooster and the monkey. And what's funny about that is that it seems like we're counting down all the time, 10, 9, 10, 9, because we need to start with 9 to get 1 for 10. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 9 might have been the beginning, but then we had to add on to become lesser. What is more is less.
In programming, they start at 0, so it's like.
Well, in card counting, they start they start somewhere in the middle, so you never reach 0.
Yeah.
0 becomes confusing. But 0 for me is the flux capacitor where the cow plugs in.
Oh, we're talking about muons.
You know what I'm saying, where the cow plugs in? You see the flux capacitor?
Yeah.
Well, what about this, right? You might see these three, but you don't see this one. That circle is a pipe going the other way. This round piece, this is on the inside. The circle is what's on the outside that moves everything in here. After it cycles, it sends it back out. We don't know what's coming in. We don't know if there's a pole on the flux capacitor equating to what is Capricorn. One of the reasons is for the 5.
Well, it should be a monopole. That's what it's
Which
the
should be a
central-
what is that thing? A mono what?
A monopole.
And what is a monofold?
Monopole, like a single pole, like a central pole,
Okay, a monopole. Okay.
like Monopoly.
Oh, I like that. Monopole. So, okay, a monopole.
Yeah.
So if I surround you and you were square, who would I be? How many would surround you?
4? I don't know what you mean.
I'm so happy when you say that, because if I can explain it, if you were in the middle here and I needed to surround you, or you needed to be surrounded, how many would there be surrounding you?
I mean, there's 4 surrounding that, right? It depends on what direction you're talking about, I guess.
I want you to be secure, safe, and sound equally all the way around.
Oh, right. So that would be
26.
6 or 26, yeah.
26. It would be on the edges, there would be 12.
I was just thinking you got 4 plus the 2 sides that covers everything except for the corners.
Yes, 6 covers everything.
Yeah.
6 covers 1. Right? So guess what? When 6 protect 1, let's call that born on day 6, and you got the extra point by the breath. Divided up by the rest of them, by the pole.
Yeah.
So, but Rubik's Cube is made up with 26 of these pieces. Yeah, so I got to take my 2-minute or 3-minute break. Go is here. I don't know who waved or not. Just let me check this out. 51st state, Quebec, but zone 51. So, dans le nord, il y a une place, ça s'appelle, je crois que tu sais déjà, ça s'appelle l'île Davin, Devon Island. But when a French person says it, it sounds like Île Davin, like Île David, like Val David. So we have what it takes here in Quebec. The numeric value of Quebec is electric company. We do happen to have the rivers of the Nile flowing from the north. It just so happens that Devon Island is also in the north. It just so happened by crazy coincidence that 7286, the constellation of Pegasus, Andromeda, and Devon Island reside in the same areas as that constellation, 7286. 7286 is the association of the 1 moon and 2 moons, the 3 moons coming together. This association also brings up 86, which is dividing gates, and this is in northern Quebec. And they know, we know. It also says it within the name Quebec, Q meaning ass, and bec meaning lips or face. Give it a kiss. Kiss my butt. Ouroboros, here in Quebec, electric company. Are there any changes coming? Will we ever learn? Just look and see. Watch what's out there. But when you look, think it's a game. You'll see how stupid it looks. Don't give excuses for somebody being stupid. They're doing it on purpose. Future, it will come and you will see. And then it will be, you will see. Yes, so it's not just Val David, it's Devon Island, but I'm relating it also to David, which the A is also another split. The V is a 5, the I is a 1, Roman numerals. DD 500, there is a split. The exit for Val David, St. Agatha is 7286. They also have Santa Claus Village in this area. There's a split. They also have in this area what is known to be Mount Sinai. Around me and going towards the north, they have what is the Nile River in what they call Rivière Rouge. It's flowing red. Everything they talk about here in Quebec, they have places down by what's going on in the world. I won't mention the Middle East. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes off, put on some of that beautiful music. Oh, say, can we see? So where is that beautiful music? Ronald, stop singing. I like this. What do you think about this?
Those are your Suno songs or Sano, however you say it, Suno.
Somebody said here, do you have hold on a second.
Synesthesia he's talking about.
What is that?
That's where you get a sensation from audio, like you get sensory, like visualization from audio or sensory stuff.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd like to find my right vibration, so I like to flow all the time. I can't stand when there's no noise. I love to be in the country because my senses are aroused, and I don't have to. It's just I need to arouse the sand. I need everything to vibrate. You know, once the sand starts to vibrate, it sort of starts to, sew things together. Otherwise, it's a meditation. It's a very deep meditation. I mean, I don't want to say that I meditate at all, but I just need that depth in order to get there. Like, the sand when it's on a speaker, right? It starts to vibrate.
Cymatics.
Yeah, so I need that. That's when I start to see. I see it in my head. I see it's crazy. I wish I can paint everything I see. And I've seen what I've seen in the schematics before. I've seen better than that. I've seen it in color. Yeah, I need to take 2 minutes. I have to stand up. I wish there was a cord here to help me. Otherwise, I have to do it myself. Oh, shut up, old man. What are you calling an old man? When I was 13, that's when they called me a man. I'm 61. 13 from 61 is 48, and that's not old at all. So stop telling me about that. When I was a kid, that was something different. And you started punishing me anyways when I was very young. So what kind of world is this? I didn't know better. Thank God I didn't remember until the age of about 6. Because if I remembered everything you did to me, holy crap. You know what they did to me? They put me in a bath. I was saying no. They were saying yes. If I had my rights back then, no was yes and yes was no. They said, take the bath, you stink. I says, well, that's judgment under your nose. My parents, they even changed my diaper. I told them I want to live in my own poop. Then I can reflect on myself. Well, you do know it's all in number 1 and 2. I told you at the beginning. And that's where the throne is. And I face the throne and I hang on to the phallus and I say, go for it. And I'm never sure if it's going to go straight in or off to the left or off to the right. So that tells you about the left and right hemisphere. And when it comes out in a screwing motion. So I know nothing is pitched at me. You got to take us into consideration, right? Oh, I need a 5-minute break. Oh, man. Oh, the water. I need a hot water. So listen, anybody wants to come up, ask a question. If anybody's interested in getting involved in anything to do with this project of the alphabet, if anything nobody knows about creating a game on Roblox, we can add this imagery in it. Have you ever seen what we can do with this imagery? We can make this imagery come alive, you know. We can make this imagery come alive. I mean, you can play with anything you want, you know. Can you face yourself?
That's cool. I like that one.
Yeah, so that's the Trinity. So you see the circle that happens here? So when
Yeah.
you use Microsoft pixel art, it never makes a complete circle. It always breaks it off. And if you take a look, it's broken it off the same way. It broke it off at the head.
Looks like little Buddhas, kind of.
Oh yeah, and you see the heart that comes in. So
Yeah.
each one of the suits does something different, and you're really supposed to move the camera no more than a certain amount of space to match up with the items that are on there, and then you start to see different things. And when you do this, you see different folds.
These
And
came
this-
up into cubes too. I see that in perspective.
Right. And what happens is when they talk about flat Earth and round Earth and stuff, right? This is the way I see Earth. Even the Aztec showed it climbs, but when it climbs, it's 120 degrees each marking. This one falls a little bit to the right. This one falls a little bit to the left. This one to the right, to the left, it's 6. So the whole Earth is going to slant, okay, 60 degrees in 6 different parts. According to the zodiac, it's 12. According to numbers, it's 8. And 8 by 8. I'm going to try and find this design to show you that when you're linking up the zodiac of 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 are all dividers of 12 equally. 5 is what is 0.6. 6 is 2 times. 8 is 1.5 times. Each one of these show me that there's only 8 of the 8 cycles that run of the waning moon through the zodiac, through the singular month. And it uses 16 to create this, going 24 hours a day. But according to the cube, there is no real 12 on one side, and you're not awake all day. Therefore, you equate to only what is 12 of 16 or what is 8 of 12 zodiac signs when you are awake and asleep. The last one, okay, is the heart, and that would be the 9-1, 9 out of 12. It's 8 and 1 out of 12. And 3 are closed off. Well, it's impossible really for 3 to be closed off. It's either 2 or 4. If you close off one of them, you wouldn't be alive. Boy. But there's different kinds of ones also, eh? There's 3 different kinds of ones that come together. Just the same thing for your heart and the 3 different, and the 2 moons and the 1 moon. So your heart is always awake. It's the 1 and the 3 that connect, equaling to why it's a 3-1-3. Yeah. So what else is there? Did we do the king? No, that's still the jack. What's that? That's still the jack. What's that? Or this one? I'm just going to go through a bunch of these. Oh yes, I was working on this part here. Let me see. Is it here? So I went here and I said the 5 books of Genesis interpret chapter counts. So Genesis is 50, Exodus is 40, Leviticus is 27, Numbers is 36, Deuteronomy is 34, 7, 9, 9, 4, 5. So the 4th finger of marriage, the USB key, it's the exit key, XO. I'm just trying to think, XO. Okay, Leviticus, GEL. Gel, okay, GEL. So this is energy from the moon, 7 and 5, the feminine and the masculine. Genesis is more of the masculine, okay, but the sun and the moon come in gene synthesis. This over here is 19, 9, and 19. RH negative is the reverse of this, okay. 9 and 19, the heart of the alphabet or the equator meets right over here.
The INFJ is RH negative blood. Pretty sure.
Yeah, so right, so the H is reverse S and the R is reversed I. The I and S, okay, as 18 and 19, although it's in the alphabet, the equator of the alphabet is 13 and 14. The equator of 36 is 18 and 19. So if I shift the alphabet, the equator is actually going to be M and N, and that's going to equate to the moon. How does the moon play a role with the equator? And another thing, you remember the game I showed you before?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where there's no trains, where the trains aren't, but in the corners where everything meets, not where the trains, where everybody meets at the corner, but not at Central Station. That's the area of Mars where there's no heart position. 4 boards meet together. You either meet 4 in a corner, or there's going to be 8 that surround you, or there's 1 above, 1 below, and 8 that surround you up there. If you're in a submarine and you go down from the top all the way down. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Also look at it as Rubik's Cube, and look at Rubik's Cube as a hockey puck. So this is 5-4 representation of the feminine, 27 represented of the house, 36 represented by the masculine, and 34 is the Earth and Mars coming together as 2 into life. I think into tear, duality into tear, into the astronomy we come. Eronomy. Tear is Earth. Is this Dutch? Does that mean the river flows? If I'm looking at Dutch, it just reminds me. Anyways, this one here equates to 19. 3 times 4, 3 plus 4. This one here, 4 and 5, the feminine, is in between, running for the masculine. Here is 3 times 6, 3 plus 6. Here, 40, 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 7, 4, 6.
Leviticus is like Levi and Levi and like, what's the lever, things like that. Like a switch.
Yeah. So that one's 3 times 6, 3 plus 6. It's what is made up through 3 and 6. And 3 is made up through 1 and 2 coming together. And that's where Deuteronomy comes in. And it runs the corridor between 3 and 4, a singular area space 0.5. And this is where communication of the 8 comes in. D and C is where it all begins.
Leviathan is what I was thinking of. The other one.
Right, so that's the house. So look at Leviathan and Deuteronomy together. And you know what? 61 is the church. Oh my God, Leviticus and Genesis, those are the 2. Match those 2. And then when you match numbers in Leviticus, it equals to 63.
Yeah, you get 77.
What's that?
Yep. You get 77 on the Genesis and Leviticus.
Yeah, matter and energy. 77 is 49 and 5 creates the power in the feminine, or the communication within. Why does it do that? 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 is 49 and 14. 4 and 9 is 4 goes with 10. That's communication through the power source of 3, 6, and 9. Why? 3, 6, 9, 12 on the fourth. Of 3, it goes back to itself. And then on the 10th of what is 1 and 2 association, what is 4 and 5 association, 3, 6, hold on. 3, 6, 4, 5, 2, 7, 9, 2. What number was I at before I just jargoned this down?
I don't know. I'm constantly scanning the other stuff, so I'm reading things. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to see where I was because I was thinking of something else. Oh yes. So I was talking about this. The 77, I was also talking about the 63 and the 27. They create each other, and then it stays as 36. When you count it down to a single digit, it's 54. Equates to the same thing as 7 times 7, 7 plus 7, equals 49 and 14.
How do you pronounce the Penta one? Penta, I don't know how to say it.
Where?
Total chapters, it says Penta something.
Pentatush.
Tush, okay. Tush.
Or you can say Pentatech.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did they add them together? 187. Wow. So
I'm
that
just
is
50, and the Penta is obviously the 5, so it's interesting.
So, okay, so yes, that's where, so 77 is Christ is 77. What it is 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 is 49 and 14. When you add 14, 1 and 4, 5, and 9 and 4, 13, 1 and 3, 4.
It's also
Right.
the 2 and 7 for 14.
Yeah, yes, 2 times 7 is 14. 6 times
Yep.
3 is 18. 4 by 5 is 20. They're all nines. Oh, I'm not in the, okay, you're not looking at that board. So 77 is the Christ. It's also known as the power source, and it links up what is Earth and Mars together, not as what could be, but what is. Know not what you think may be, but know what you think could be as is. For what you know has actually been. For what you think will be has already happened.
Yeah.
Not because I want you to believe me, but for the story I read is the story that has been given to all of us, not me, but you. I only am here, and you are only here to hear the story. Otherwise, you would not be here, but you would still know the story unknowingly. But then how would you know unless you asked? And then when you do ask, and when you do listen, what are you actually knowing, and what am I saying? If you do not ask, you will still never know, other than the story I speak. So in order to put this into layman terms, is I'm just reading to you the scripture of how these can be read over by anybody who puts enough time into it to understand that it's not only the position they are in, but it's the word you speak for. It's the harmonic of 4 and where you put that 4. And is it 4 or 40? Is it 9 and 4, 13? 1 and 3, 4? Is it, I'm just trying to think of a number.
I'm just looking at the relationship of D now with the 40, 50, 60, stuff like that. I'm looking at the 40 chapters there.
4 by 1 is 4. Are there any other 4s? 2 by what? 2 by 2 is 4. Are there any other 4s? 5 times 8 is 40 is 4. 6 times x is not. 7 times x is. What is 4? 7 times 7 is 4. 7 times 7 is 49. 4 and 9 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4. 8 times what is 4? 8 times 5 is 40. Like what is 5 and 8 is 8 and 5.
80 is AD, right? So
80 is AD, yes.
yeah, so
Yes.
yeah.
And AD is 4 times what is 20. And why is it 4 times what is 20 with A? Because A is a split source. Every A has one living inside, joining the two sources like the operator comes within. This is where the bar comes in. But in my work, it's not a bar, it goes downward.
It's like
Here's the
it's like the
basis.
minus kind of a little bit. The bar in the middle.
Yeah, I'm going to show you this in a minute. Yeah, I got to take that break.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute. And if there's any questions, I mean, holler out the numbers. What does somebody want to know? Platonic solids, magic squares, calendars, words, colors. And then if you want to really know a different connection between music, go over to a magic music. And we do the same thing. I mean, way advanced than I know nothing about music. When I say the same thing, is we have the same sort of drills. Okay, you have to do he takes a circle, puts everything around the circle. He reads it to you the way it is. It is what it is. You can't change that reality. That's what I'm sort of saying. You can't change this reality, right?
Yeah, it's immutable. Yeah.
Yeah. It's immutable, right?
Yep.
And you see the way the 3, 6, 9 are mutables.
Yeah.
What's going on here? And to fabricate the mutable, I need what is the fixed and what is the cardinal. Now the thing is immutable and fixed. How does that jargon? And when you say immutable, why don't you say I am? Because it starts with I am. the 9 and the 12, 22 for the 1/4 of the zodiac signs. Here, I work on if we can get ChatGPT in there. Is there any way to get a ChatGPT to say exactly what we all just talked about anywhere? Because
I don't know.
yeah, there must be a way, but irrelevant for right now. I got to take a 2-minute break. We're gonna break free from this. We're gonna create these magic orbs in the sky, whatever they are. Just gonna think it. Passover, Rosh Hashanah. I have to fix it. It was broken. I'm working on it still to increase and angle the hole, so I don't get the airless part. Okay, 5 minutes, please. Oh my God. Oh God. I brought my plants in the house. I'm so happy. These are my babies.
Nice.
I got 3 of them. I love them. Yummy. They never say a word to me. I love these babies. I take them everywhere. Guess what? Everything is free. I service them for free. Water? You want water? No problem. You want me to change your earth? No problem. You want some vitamins? What do you want? Oh, you don't like those? Well, help me out. I'm having a problem. You better call your friends. If I can get all the plants to walk, you might think they have no brains, but they don't mind where they hang out. Even jails are okay for plants.
Yeah, true.
Yes, okay. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, I'm so sorry, kitty. Come, come around, break. I just cracked open a garlic.
Corn thing. It was called Queen of Cereals. That's what I was talking about. The maize. Maize is called Queen of Cereals because it has the highest genetic yield.
Hold on, I'm just giving you stuff from my gut. I'm still on break 5 minutes, so I might not hear everything. What did you say?
Maize connection was the corn is the Queen of Cereals is what it was called because of it having the highest yield, highest genetic yield.
Okay. Queen of cereal. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what
Wow,
they call
that's
maize.
too amazing. That is crazy. How old is that?
That's just
What is that?
not sure if you can hear me when I'm looking at the page or not.
No,
gonna read
I
it.
can't, but I will tell you, I'm going on break back. I have my thing ready. Cereal, Killer. Now, the Ki is the K9. The Il is the one that's ill within the dog house. This is the sick one. Why are we sick? Why do we start with Si? Again, Israel is real. When you come to the end of your life, you go to the fun rail. What is the fun rail? I didn't say it's the monorail. I didn't say it's the train track. What is the fun rail? Do you know what the fun rail is?
No, I've never heard that.
Well, what about the funeral?
Fine, yeah, funeral, true. Yeah.
So if you take the end of the funeral and just switch it a little bit, it's the fun reel, the real fun. That's when the fun goes. Oh my God. Imagine you come to the end of your life, you think that everything is over, and you get on this freaking roller coaster, the best one ever. You can push Jimmy Neutron, get a proton. Oh my God, it's an electron. You're all excited, ignited. You're running down the slope. All your life, you waited to have a good time. But let me tell you one thing on the way out, all your friends are waving to you. The crowds, they're in the stands, and you're on your way out, and everybody's behind you in this world is saying, oh my God, Jimmy, where are you going? I'm a neutron, I'm a proton, I'm an electron, I'm electrified. I've never been so organic in my life. This is so exciting. I'm not just a man, I'm everything it is. Forget about what the genders said. I'm just excited, and that's all I want to be, organically excited. And go, go, go. And you want to share with everybody because it's everybody's friction that makes you go. So the cereal that gets into your stomach with the milk makes you want to go. So you face the throne by standing up with the phallus in your hand. And then you sit down. There's nothing to hold. So you do a double sitting with a 22 for the woman and you do a 12 for the man. The man becomes the energy. The woman becomes the 448, the money. Did you know why I said that?
I'm just thinking about a bunch of different things.
That's okay. You think I'm going to
Questions.
finish off my break. I'm going back to the kitchen for a minute.
Okay.
Then I'm going left, right, up, down, para allí, para acá. Buenos dias, yo. You know the funny thing about one of these words? You know the reverse alphabet of what the word is, age?
You said
Ice.
age.
Ice age is the reverse alphabet. Sorry. Ice age is reverse numeric of each other
Which is
into
ice age.
into the core of the cube is Ice Age. This is Ice Age. Ask me, please, after the break. And it's
Okay.
Ice Age in the airwave.
Ice age in the airwave.
Yeah. I'm writing it down not to forget. Sorry. Fire and air. Oh, yes, that is true. I already knew this result already. I do it all the time. It's when you can't equate something to a perfect number, you just add one, two, or three. And the basis of the lower house, actually one, two, three, four, five, ranging into the cubic house, right? Six is gonna bring you to the gate, eight reaching into the heaven. That means you get a heart inside you when you connect them, four and four. Racking out the house. You get a three connect from your birth, your mother and your father, which they were previously connected to the house themselves. So somebody wrote to me and said to me, "You picked up a new algorithm." I'm sorry to interrupt you. Am I interrupting you?
No, you're good.
And I wrote back and I said, it's something I've been doing for many years. And I thought to myself, if the person who spoke to me and mentioned this to me, that perhaps taught me something or did not, this person is credited with remind me of something, whether I knew it or not, that if I was a computer system, I would not say to the other parts or somebody telling me this, that yes, okay, I already knew that, because it's nonsensical to repeat something since somebody said it. Accept it, take it, and that's it. It's irrelevant whether or not you knew it before.
I see that as confirmation, right?
To say I knew it before, even though, would you say it's affirmation? It's
No,
also
confirmation.
it's also what is detrimental,
Yeah,
because you're putting yourself in front of somebody that has told you something instead of just saying thank you, and that's it, whether they think it comes from them or not. This is what has happened in our society today, where everything gets a patent and I did it first.
yeah. Credit.
Accredited. AC association with credit. What is AC? Your first AC is what is ABC, or what is AC 1 and 3 equals to 4. Your second AC is what is 10 and 12 equals to 22. Your next AC is what is 19 and 21 equals to what is 10 and 3 equals to 13 dot
It's also got red in it. Credit. And incredible.
So so I'm going to just take off what's in the background. There was just a bunch of stuff that I started to ask, right, about Genesis. I wanted to know the differences. So where I learn some of my stuff and understand my numbers is because I understand the numbers, right? All I'm going to do, it doesn't say the stories are real outside the game. But when you put the equation to it, this is what it says. That's all it is. You know, it's like you taking the spirograph, sticking your pen in it, and making 6 turns. Or making 4 turns and taking another spirograph and making 4 turns over it. That's the result. If you take that spirograph and make 19 turns over it and bring the other one in, you might miss something you need to see because you didn't do all the combinations. 1 turn in 1, 2 turns in 1, 3 turns in 1, 4 turns in 1, and maybe we'll use rules and regulations like in tennis. You get the ball in once, twice 30, 3 times 40, next one's game. A, B, C, D, boom, game's over. Let's go to the next game. A, B, C, D, boom, game's over. Right? Add 1, add 2. Who's the fish jumping into the ocean? What's the next one? Word frequency, 336, 147. You ask which words repeat 336 times, 248, 1, 13. Important caveats must be clear. Word frequencies vary by God versus God. God said versus says. Punctuation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. The scope is scope B, 5 books. Okay, I'm just trying to see what it tells me. So these are all the things I have to see. Like, if you're going to tell me something about Mark, I want to know which spot Mark is. I want to know which to mark the spot. I think that's what I'm supposed to say. And if I'm marking the spot, how am I marking it? Usually, is it X marks the spot, right? Now, X, does that mean separation? So if it's an X, it has to be a separation. Why? My ex-job, my ex-wife, my ex-girlfriend, separation, separation, separation. What is 1 and 1 that came together is now an X. The X is the 24th letter.
But X can also be extra or extraordinary, things like that.
So I look at this as 5 plus 24 equals to 29, and 5 minus 24 equals to 19. Please tell me why. Okay, I'll tell you why. Thank you for letting me take the floor. Much appreciated. You're so kind. That because it's in the house of E, which is the 5th house, you can use it as they do in Roman numerals. The sound of a vowel before a consonant, use it as a minus or a plus. And that will be 5 plus 24 equals 29, a new beginning, or 5 minus 24, which is the 19th day, which is the heart of Rubik's Cube, coming on the last 9 days from the first of the 9 days. See, it's 1 all the way to 9. It's 10 all the way to 18. We have 19 all the 28. We run the end of that cycle. Then we start again on 29. This is where 29 through 37 comes in. That 37 or 3 and 7 is the airwave. Why? I don't know. You tell me. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see who said it. We need a little reference here. I don't want to work without reference. What is my credibility if I tell you something that's not true? So let's get some reference here. I want to know if Gemini and Libra, or their librarian, are air signs. I also want to know if one of them is a cardinal sign and another is a mutable sign. Yes, Gemini are both air signs. Furthermore, Libra is a cardinal sign, while Gemini is a mutable sign. The 5th month, the 21st day. 16, the 141st day of the year, 1 times 4, 1 plus 4, the IT system sun up. To June 20th, the 6th month, the 20th day. I don't know what day that is. That would be 121 plus 30 is 151. Wow. May ends at 151. It begins at 121. That's amazing. Wow. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, right? 11 times 11, 121. And what is 121? It's 81 minutes, which is 9 times 9. 9 times 9 is 81. If I look at it at minutes, it's going to be, let's say, 1 minute and 21 seconds, right? Now, if I look at 1 minute and 21 seconds as numbers, it'll be 11 times 11, 121. Gemini, May 21st. So here's Libra equals to 42 and Gemini equals to 57. The total is going to be 99. I don't know why I'm having trouble getting in here. I've never had gematria calculator. Wow, so many pop-ups. Now I don't. Gemini, Libra. Scorpio, Leo. Scorpio, Leo. Wow, a lot of pop-ups, lots. So 57 for Gemini, 42 for Libra. Scorpio is 95, Leo is 32. In Gemini, if you have Gemini, you have to have Gemaxi. Right?
True.
Right? Right? I mean, because you have to, everything's got to be the 360. Everything is leading you somewhere. And when you get there, you have to find the pieces and parts. So every time you find Waldo, go all the way around Waldo, and what else is happening?
What's the counter to Gem? And what's the opposite of Gem?
What is the opposite of Gem?
Because there should be a mini and maxi of that too, right?
Right,
In a
right,
way.
right, right. Mini and Maxi to it. Yes. Good afternoon. Up. Good afternoon.
Hello. Let's see if you can see me.
Oh my God, hell
Yeah,
is low.
I came with a question today. I know
Oh my
you're busy
God, I'm
though.
so happy. Questions I can use. The more questions I get, but I just want to ask you something myself before you begin. Are you with
Okay.
Mark?
With Mark?
Yes, because X mark, and it's not one mark, it's more than one mark because it said X marks the spot, so that's plural. So if you're here with Mark, is it the hold on a second, I made a joke too much, but I'll think about it. Yes, you're here with a question. Okay, so is that with question mark? Because that's a singular mark. Otherwise, it'd be question marks, but it's not. It's one mark, just like the X marks the spot. Can you say X marks spot? No, you say X marks the spot. Now you're just saying
Yeah.
question mark. So you have a question for me, could be question mark.
Yeah,
So
and
what
the
if-
question mark carries the hook
Yes,
for
but
the
I'm not
Joker,
Mark.
Riddler, Fiddler.
Oh, yes. Okay, for what? Oh, for the Riddler?
Yeah, the Joker, Riddler, Fiddler. Tiny fiddles in the fiddle fingers.
Okay, so the fiddler does this. The fiddler's on the roof.
Likewise, your
We-
pointer is the question mark. Remember, when you want to ask a question, you hold up one finger. So yes, I carry the mark in my number one finger. Yes, I
No,
hold the mark.
that's questionable because if it's funny that we say what the balance stretches out from this finger to where the equality is not based on this finger. This finger, right? This finger is not included in this trinity. Where does this stem from? Bowling. You ever hear of bowling before?
Yeah.
And bowling is, bowling has 10 frames, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah, and
in
it's
the
got
10
the X's also.
yes. But you can also fill in those X's.
Yeah, with your strikes. Right, and then your turkey comes into play.
So when you have the 10 frames, you have 9 frames that are singular. And the 10th frame, okay, is going to be what is 3. Now, if you note that every single frame equals 2,
My kitty.
that's why I can't get a job. I just move stuff on the desk. Maybe if I would exercise, you lazy bum, get off your ricker there and take the pen out of your hand and stop playing with it and designing all this crap. You have to work, the cows need milk, and I guess you'd like to squeeze those things off there. Pop, I'd love to squeeze them off. There's no more cattle farms. It's all electronic robots. They don't even have fun squeezing them boobs, off the cows, get a little milk. You know what I'm saying? Hang out by the farms used to love it. Something squishy in your hand all the time, whether it's poop or the boobs. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's drinking some good cow's milk, got some cheese in the house. Don't tell me cheese is not good for you. Who wants to eat the cow? I eat the cow. I ain't got the cheese. Ain't got the milk. I want the cow. Stop touching my cow. The cow jumped over the moon. Now the cow is a 4-plug, right? The flux capacitor has got a 3-plug. How does that work? Because nobody ever sees the 4th plug, because that's the one that's running all the way back to the tank where all the other milk is hanging out. Serving up the cream. Imagine whoever thought a female cow be serving up the cream. Yeah, I'm just looking for my whiteout. I have one here. I don't want to open it. I opened 4 in a week because I keep losing them on my desk. And you know where my desk is? It's right here in front of me. And everything is lost. Just want to cry. But I really like this guy here. You know what happened to the last one? They make these with 2 sides because the last one he was connected to, this is like a bee. They broke it off every time he went to, you know what I'm saying? Poke those plants. I need to make it clean here. So yeah, the Zodiac Zoe reminds me of the kangaroo. I don't know why. Would you have any connections to the kangaroo? And I'm not joking.
Well, the kangaroo is the Jack in the Box. He's also the little Joey.
That's good. Okay,
Joey and Joseph.
Okay, so let me explain you this, what you just said to me, what I saw. Okay, so hold on a second. When you come to the letters M and N, they have to come, how can I say this? There is no heart on even numbers. There's only a heart area or separation or cross when the numbers are odd. When I showed you this design in the background before, right? This is a singular board. It's a 13 by 13 board. If I want to use another board, it'll be this board here. This is made up by the 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 26 by 26, right? 169, 169, 169, and 169. Wow, I can't believe I didn't plug my battery in.
That's what I just had to do.
338, 507, 676. I think you told me this.
Lemon as an antonym for gem is really interesting.
I don't know what I ate. What did I eat? Okay, so, oh yes, I found it. Okay, so okay, 10th. Okay, 9 frames, 10th frame, 3 boxes. Now, since in bowling, 3 can be an association, since in bowling, 3 are all in the 10th frame, what is that telling you? Is it telling you it's what? A regular frame is 2, so to 10th frame is 1.5 times something of what it is? Is that what it says?
A third.
Yeah, third, right. So the 10th frame, or Capricorn, okay, could possibly equate to what is a third. So let's look at this. 10 divided by 3 equals to 3.33. So since that is, listen to this next number, right? First of all, 3.33 is what is the Quran, 114 days. The other thing is, okay, the other thing is we have the 13 moons. We have the 7 months, okay, of 31 days. We have 217 days, okay, which equates to 7 by 31, which I think is, yes, 7 by 31 is 217. And what is that other number? 137, 137 minutes. I think there's another equation that's going to go with this, because what is 137 minutes? It's going to be 2 minutes, 17 seconds is 120 plus 17. I'm just trying to see, because there's something in here Cynthia told me the other week, which brought me to this piece that I'm looking for right now. Uh, 721 is also the cube, which is the, okay, at 721, 21 is the completion of the cube, 7 is the pole. There are 3 poles of 7. 7 times 3 is 21, 7 plus 3 is 10. So the 7 and 3 themselves are 2 air sign numbers. Because why? The 7th sign is an air sign, the 3rd sign is an air sign. But if you're on the second level of 7, 1 and 6 equals to 7. 16 is not an air sign. 16 is going to be Cancer, and that's going to be a water sign. Cancer is going to be 16. And then the 3rd sign, right, in which is another air sign, will be 15. 3 and 15. Let me see again. Yes, if I want to come around from what is Gemini and go all the way around, I have to go to the 15. Why? Because if I'm at 3 and I go all the way around, which is 12, that'll be 15. So I'll be back to Gemini again. So it depends where you want to go and what scaling you're using. So yeah, so let me look back. Sorry, I lost myself with the 217. So I'm just trying to think of 137 is, yes. So what's ironic is that the 137, which is a connection of 68, 68. What is the 68? It's the division of the 7th gate. This is where the 7 months come in. How do you see it? 137 minutes. It doesn't equally to what is the division. So it's 68 and 68. And well, that still doesn't equate. You're right. It's 1 in the middle, and they each get to connect. 68, okay, and 68 is 136, and 1 is 137. But when you equate it, it becomes 69 and 69, and that becomes the breath. 3 by 3, 9, 3 plus 3, 6.
Yeah.
I should bring it up a little closer. But there was still something you told me with the 4, 5, and 6, right? I don't know. I get a lot of. Sorry. When I look at 217, I'm going to think of 2 hours and 17 minutes, or I'll think of 217 minutes, which is 3 hours and 37 minutes. I think that's what it was. Oh my God. No. Let me see. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. 3 hours is 180 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
3 times 6 is 18.
Plus 37.
$217.
Is that correct? December 3rd is the 337th day. Okay, do you know what day it is? It is the first day, okay, of the 13th moon. It's the first day of the 13th moon. Day 337. 3 times 60 is 180, plus 37 is 217, which is 7 times 31, 7 months of 31 days. 3 and 1, or what is 13? 31, 13, 57. What is 31, 13, 31, 75, 57, 75. 5E, 7G, 5G, the reverse alphabet of E, the reverse alphabet of what is G is T. The reverse alphabet of what is E is V. The total is 42. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. Divide the cubic 7th gate. The letters are TV 42. Half gate 84. The letters I began to begin with are 5G TV, dividing of the gates.
Yeah, and then 42 is female cat.
24 is the cat. 42 is 5 and 9. When the energy feminine from the ocean connects into the 9, which equates to what is the sun, and that's where man comes in. Man is 13, yes, but man only brings in the voice. Let me not equate to that slang. When man comes in, why I say this is because when you attain something in your hand, it's not tomorrow, it's now. Your birthday of the age you are begins? No, it ends. You are the age of the birthday you celebrate, not of the year becoming, but the year and the time that was. You don't celebrate New Year's for the year coming, you celebrate New Year's for the year that was. To know all these difference is to relinquish what you hold on to is a lie, and to know you live in the truth, you live in the now is to know the difference.
Yeah.
Five, 10, 301, cycling of the moon right now. Something is always happening. 511, Trump election. November the 310th day. Again, another 1-3. 5 by 11, 55. Sky Pass, 5 and 11, 16 and 55, 71. Electric Company, 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 is 7 and 8, 78, 87, 12, 21. The Father is a power source out of the Vatican. Out of the Vatican in January, when the Vatican doors opened up of the Jubilee, the doors were made up of 2 doors, 4 high by 2 and 4 high by 2. 4 high by 2 and 4 high by 2 is that 8 and 6. When you connect them, when you connect the first, the second, and the third of the 8, right, you will connect 3, 6, 9 areas. And then you'll connect another 9 areas. When you connect 9 and 9, 18, there was only 16 to begin with because you overlap when creating the dimensions. And when you finish overlapping these doors, and what is 78? 7 of 9 and 8 of 9 leaves you with 1 and 2, A and B. And when you mirror it, it becomes B and A. Abba, the Father, on the Sabbath of the 6th day, when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down, the AM begins with Capricorn, the association of 10. The association of 10 is when 1 and 9 makes a creation. 10 o'clock at night should be, okay, that first direct connect and not midnight. Why? Because it takes A and B to create 3C to connect to 10. But here we're working with Capricorn 10 instead of the time of 10. And at midnight in the AM, we start 10, and that is the link. 9 and 1 come together in numerics where the connection is at 12. But the degrees, if I understand, is either 270 to 300. And that would be 30 degrees, 30 degrees, 30 degrees, etc. So you know how it works. And where 270 is it's 3/4 of the way around 360. Where 270 is it's 3 parts of 364 meeting on September 30th, the 273rd day, which is the end of what is the, if I get this correctly, of the 39th week, in which the house from the lower range meets in its trinity to the upper range. Why? A, B, C, D to what is F, G, H, I. The houses equate equally with the simple handicap, right? Handicap. You ever see the comics Handicap? Well, the and is the ET. When you mentioned before, Cynthia, what did you say? You said, I wrote it down. I have to write down everything. I can't believe it. You said Joey. Yeah, so Joey is what is 2 times 5, 3 times 5, 1 times 5, 5 times 5, everything to do with the power source in Joey. So it's the one pocket, okay? It's the one pocket that when you connect, let's say you connect your JKL over to your MNO, that, and then you would put a circle around that. Let's say that circle is the sun or the moon in that circle. And that's the one pocket that connects the two houses, the Joey.
Yeah.
And the explanation is 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Every time you cross over, connecting your base 1, 2, 3, 4 with what is 4 minus 3, 1A, 7 minus 6, 1A, 8 minus 5, 3C, 2 minus 5, 3C, 9 minus 4, 5E, 6 minus 1, 5E. But when you add them up, they're the same this way, but the other way, it's 1 and 6, 7G, 4 and 9, 13M, 3 and 4, 7G, 6 and 7, 13M, 2 and 5, 7G, 7 and 6, or 5 and 8, and 9 and 4. Equatable to what is 13 above is 7 below, and they're exactly the same. Just because you see the difference, the reality and difference is the equation through the math. And that math is over here. This is exactly how many thousands a year old is this? This math is an exact math, and this will equate to everything we are living today.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I just need 1 or 2 minutes, not because I'm going to the throne or facing any action, because I am standing up for a stretch, moving my left leg, my ankle. Whoop, hold on. My ankle moved, but my toes didn't. Must be that age, you know.
What do you
Not
think
every-
about this, Mr. Tag Pans? If you have your M and your N as the center of your alphabet, and you add the silent E between them, you will find men. Then you will have M13 plus 5 plus 14 for your 32 pig at the center of the alphabet.
You want to hear something funny? That every time something's encompassed by 2, 4, 6, 8, a 5 is at the heart of it. And when you put something between a whole number, 5 is always going to be there. And when 5 is there, when something is chopped in half, we all know that when you chop something in half, it's half. The representation of half, more or less, is number 5, but not all cases. Because when you're looking at half time, it's 15 or 20 minutes, or in hockey. But when you're looking to see half the clock, that is 30 seconds. Or how about 3? What is half equates to 3. For the 60 seconds on the clock, half is 30, or 3 to a single digit. So 5 and 3 are the same. 20 times 3 equals to 60. 20 times 5 is 100% of that. And this here, the 21, there are 21 here. There are 20 here. But you connect this one with this one for 21. You connect this one with this one for 21. Or you connect this one and this one for 21. Whichever one you want. I'm going to figure out which one it is. I do not know yet. But just like the cube, there are 21 dots with 6 sides. This is an equation I'm creating. So with 21, and since I don't have 21, I'm going to use the first and the 20th to make that 21. But also note that when you have the 21 dots, never count to 21. Use 21 as what is your expansion, right? And there's a frame on there. So that frame will be into 21. Just like in Monopoly shows you 2 rows for a frame, and the dartboard shows you the area space for the heart. But the dartboard is equatable to 10, 10, 10, which is a window without a singularity heart space like a cross, unlike the pool table. Where was I before this? 2 steps back. I was with the darts, the pool table.
We were talking about 5. I had mentioned about the, okay, so I told you, I said about the silent E being added between the M
Okay.
and
Yes.
the
Yes. Yes.
N.
Yes. Yes.
And then
Yes.
that would also connect your 135 ace, and see MEN equals 32 pig. And then you have Leo, that is the center or the symbol of the house of the sun. That is your 32 pig also. Leo is the 32 pig. And then when you get into 21, you got 2 plus 1, which is 3, and then 2 times 1, that is 2, and there's your 32 pig right there for your 21 on the die.
So then, if I'm going to use that communication, I'm going to assemble that with Aries. Go
I'm
1
trying
and
to connect the die with the zodiac, with the alphabet, and the pig.
Okay. So in this
With the
instance,
lion.
I'm going to take the pig and jump to the fish and try to figure out what they were thinking of the time when they both chose 12. Then, if I want, I'll go ahead.
Yeah,
If I had
21 is also 12. It's mirrored of 12. Yeah, 33.
So if I'm going to use 1 through 21, I'm just going to go back to that for a second. And when I count 1 through 21, it's going to equal to 230. It's going to equal to, when I add 1 through 21, it's going to equal to 231. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, I didn't think about
Anything to
that.
do with 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter the order, but anything to do with 1, 2, 3 in any order is divisible by 3. Anything you see on here is divisible by 3 when running this way, this way, this way. Doesn't matter what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
And everything is 3 times 1, 2, 3 is 3, 6, 9.
Yeah.
Smells like burning rubber. So when I count from 1 to 21, right?
I'm sitting by a lawnmower. Maybe that's why you're smelling that.
Yeah. You know, I like the old smell from the Gazzy lawnmowers and ski-doos. There's something
I'm
about
right
that.
by my orange lawnmower.
So that's like Pluto. Is it a cow? Hold on. Is it a Kubota? Is it caramel or is it orange?
It's a husky. It's a husky.
Oh, okay. A husky. Wait a second.
Yeah, a husky. It connects with your corn and your EE. 55.
Hue of lights. Hue. Oh my God. Hue of the light sky.
Yeah, I've been finding so many. Today I did lotus. The lotus flower, the lot of us. Yeah, and then I found on the die today, I found your hall pass on your die. Well, it's also my die. It's all of our die, but anyways, I found that today. I did a
So
video. I'm
if-
going to do a
if you-
video on my.
So
Yeah,
if you want to do Hall, we must use the ball with Hall in order to have any bearing, like for what I do and for anybody to understand. Maybe some understands me when you say these words. All it does for me is because I know you know that I'm able to understand through my dimension, believing your dimension. This is that story. So if you're going to say hall, I'm going to say ball. What is the difference? It is the B and the H. That's all I have to know is what it means to have 2 words of 4 letters or 3 letters or 75% or 1.33 is of the difference. When it's 1.33 of the difference, I know it's 4 divided by 3, and that's math. Okay, I know that it's 4 times the difference. That B is 4 times 2. I know that the dice cube, okay, tells me that the Venus house has been duplicated here between the air and the association of the fire. So I know all these. So I'm going to also click on this that the French say when they say 80, they will say 4 times 20. So therefore, it is 4 times the B world to create the H hall in the ball.
Yeah, and 80 is the rock. The die is the stone. It's the rock. This is why we're stoners.
Well, first of all, when you say that, the word 420 is when you go into the Olympics and you're first or you're second and or you're third. When you come fourth or you just say position, positive, right? Positive also says to position yourself. It's not only red, it means to get ready. It means to position yourself. There's a bunch of little things that go with it. I have to play with more words. I know because the TIVE go together, I can mark the FIVE. FIVE goes with cat and number 9. They all have the same value. It doesn't mean they're going to tell you the direct story. They're going to tell you a dimension of that understanding of when you use the F and the T with the IVE, helping me to understand more what F is all about or T is all about. I haven't come to the end result because we have to learn more about these letters. They all have a life path.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind the reverse alphabet too, like you did with the 5G TV. See, I haven't even gotten into the reverse alphabet a whole lot. Most of my 1,000 videos almost is just the forwards alphabet. I hit on the reverse sometimes. Yeah, when you're talking about F, we have to do the reverse of F also, correct?
Reverse, you can do them all, whatever you can do. You want the 360? First of all, who says my recipe is the end result? Who says anything that I'm doing is of any result other than the result that it is? So since it does have a result and it is absolutely impeccably unblemished, okay, irrelevant to the words I implode upon it, okay, even though they equate to it, it's still impeccable and unblemished.
Yeah, and I'm working on the same thing. We've come up to the same conclusion. So you're way far away from me. It's pretty amazing. I feel like a lot of people are going to piece it together too and come to the same conclusions because the numbers reveal so much.
Well, let's check this out. You want to see something really cool? Check this paper out. When you look at the singularity of any of the letters and numbers, can you see them all and repeat them all? All you have to do is say yes or no.
Yeah.
How come?
Because I can read them.
Well, read what?
I can read the marks.
Okay, thank you. There you go. So there's another mark.
Those are the shadows. The marks are pertaining to the shadow.
I had to cast my
on the white paper.
Right, and I use the quadro paper to understand my dimensions. Every letter takes up a different amount of squares. Certain letters can use a single area space. C N O U X Z. These letters in games have a number that are stuck to them. They're all money letters. They all have an evaluation of energy.
Yeah.
They're in these letters, there's going to be the reverse of this. The A will be the reverse of this. Why did I choose these letters? I got to go get a drink, but look at them. I'll show you them. Cynthia, you already know, okay? But the thing is, we all overthink.
Yeah, and the question I had again today was the spirit of 76. I know spirit is 91, and it's been a while since I did that, and I touched on it in my video today, and in case somebody came to ask me, that's why I was going to ask you again about the spirit of 76.
Okay, there's a lot of...
I know the 1776 connects with the keypad stuff. And am I getting close with the 7 times 6 and then the 7 plus 6?
Oh,
Those-
you
is
have
that
you
equation?
cannot miss. It's only the story you tell, and even if you make a mistake, only you will know right away after you do the counting that you made the mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, because I mean, it's just cuckoo. I mean, for myself, like for 20 years over time, over and over, one thing bothered me. Spanish, French, English. Every time you say the word spirit, it just says the same thing to me. And now all of a sudden, they're talking about it. Where are they getting this information? Exit the matrix. Horrendous. I'm very ashamed to be human if I had to speak like some of the people speak on these channels. Maybe they want to sell to you, push to you, make money off of you, or they actually 1000% know what's coming next and they're trying to save you. But guess what? Personally, I'm just going to guess that's not possible. But what is very possible is that when I say the word spirit in French or in Spanish, it says esprit, like escapee, like prisoner, like we were prisoners. It says we're the orphan children. Again, we're prisoners. The number 71, okay, is go to jail in Monopoly. So 1771 is go to jail. The 17th property, I'm going to have to look into it. The 17th sign is Leo, the heart of the oceans, powered by the moon. So yes, we were back onto the numbers. LMNOP.
Yes. Yes. Okay, that makes
So
sense.
so LMNOP. So hold on. LMNOP. Hold on. No, it's hold on. KLMNOPQ. These three, this one, and this one. JK. So 27. Okay. So what happens in Roman numerals? You can only bring over to the right 3 times. And you can only go over to the left once. Do you know how Roman numerals work? V1. So you possibly, and I don't know if this is possible with this, if we mark these two together and mark a V here, right, to join these two, we can join this one here with, we can join these two, and these two. But in Roman numerals, right, after the V, you can only have 3. So you use this V here. And you take this one, and this one. And this one is always connected to this one, but not to this one. The reason is in the slanted world we're in, right? The one half of this belongs to this. So you're always going to connect this to this, and then this, and this. But you'll never see this one. You don't see what's behind it. You want me to tell you where it's hanging out? Somebody repeat after me the letter, or you don't have to, and I'll just do it myself. M.
M.
What did you hear?
An EM. M.
That's right.
Or IM.
Right.
Sometimes,
Whichever one
sometimes
it
I
is.
and E. Yeah.
Whatever it does, it doesn't really matter. As long as you heard the sound, you know there was something before. Therefore, I can make the mark.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be G. And I didn't say the E before. I said the E after. So the mark will come after.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the L would stick with the M because the L is the right angle.
Yeah, the letters. If you take all the letters together and throw them and ask ChatGPT or give some directives to the letters, what they're allowed to do, right? You will see that they're going to build you something. I know because my artwork is that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so I need a couple of minutes. You don't mind if I put some music in your background?
Oh no, I like the music. Yeah, so on the die with the hall, I wanted to tell you that's the HI on the die, right? Which it's just pretend like it's just an H. But you have your one at center, which is the A. And then you have your H, right? And then if you take the one at center away, the 3 dots on the left will connect to form an L, and then the 3 dots on the right will connect to form the L, and then you have your Hall right there. And then you got your 55, which is your pass. So when you look at your Saturn square die at an angle, on your high die, you will find the Hall pass. And it's really interesting because the public school systems, they are a Saturn construction. Likewise, your die is the skull. The skull is the school. So you find the Hall pass in the skull house. I made a video for that to try to explain that to people visually with the die. 55 is also heaven. 55 is also where they get on the die for the Ha Shatan. Sometimes it's pronounced Ha. Sometimes it's pronounced Hi. Sometimes it's pronounced He. Likewise with the 89, because that is H and I. H and I is 8 and 9. 89 will show you the Red Queen, Alice. Yay! 89 will also show you many other codes in Gematria. You can go to Gematria and look at all the 89 word values and see how they play on your square die. It is the grand template. The die connects with the zodiac. The die will also show you Ra and your Grand Rabbit Alpha for the General Electric System, GNE.
Okay, my break starts now. Thank you.
Welcome to Eden, the electric den. You find the den with E. E is also a 3. E is also a W. E is also an M. When you put these together, they will spell Weem, which is for the pit, where we play pitbull and pitball. We are angels. We are gods. We are the Holy Ghost already. Yeehaw. Have you been here before, Richard?
Yeah, I've been here before.
Yeah, I stay busy doing my construction too. I have to pop in here every now and then because I just get so excited. He's one of the few people that can understand what I'm talking about with the die, so I'm hoping more people pick up on it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Have conversations. Yeah, see the die, it goes all the way from beginning. They've been down here playing God for a long time. Lots of people don't know this place is heaven. I mean, you got to access it mentally, but you know, it's been heaven the whole time. Some people are down here playing hell. But I think the age of that has come to a conclusion. We see that with the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is the equal sign. It brings balance. And I am an Aquarius. I follow all the zodiac stories. I know all my animals in every single story. I know my alter egos. I am a horse in the year of snake right now. Yesterday was the 999 portal. We had our grand portal party. Lots of construction. Have eyes. It's so amazing because he has so much of the same art that I have.
His art, you're saying?
Yeah, how I found this man was through one of the Gematria groups, and I draw a lot of my own art from what's been gifted to me through my memories, my recall, and a lot of my light language art I have drawn. I have found that he has lots of the same art that I have. It's just crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, see, like his little man up here with the X and the I. I have that. I have drawn that before. There's other stuff on his wall I have drawn. I feel like because it has something to do with our time travel too, because we are the time machine. I think we speak to ourselves in the past that is also the future. I'm still trying to figure out how this works, but I've met so many people, even here recently, that I feel like I've already met them in the past. And a lot of what I have found is the shared memory of art by means of me creating my own art. I feel like it's helped me tap into
art
something.
is symbolism, which is future oriented.
Yeah. I found like a lot of stuff I have drawn, I didn't know what it was currently. When I drew it, I wasn't quite sure what it was. I was just drawing based on like intuition. But then later on, I found that a lot of my stuff has come true, and then I can go back and look at my stuff that I draw or painted.
That's why I say I'm always speaking to myself from the future, because in a way I am.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how things like line up, they come to fruition, then they come to pass, and it's just like it's a constant cycle.
We're basically creating our own signals.
Yeah. Yeah, so I truly feel like anytime we meet somebody, there are no coincidences. There's no coincidences at all. We do live in a perfect system. This is why we are all perfect. I feel like the imperfection has been taught, though, and I feel like
all that does is increase resistance, right? Just slows things down.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to keep our minds in a state of becoming perfect too for our bodies. Our bodies can live a lot longer than we have been taught. And I do feel like we live in a system that is perfect, but yet there are creators. They have come here to create the imperfection because they want to rule over. They want to create a division. So a lot of the stuff that they have here in the system is created to keep you from rising.
Well, it's just like different archetypes necessitate different play styles basically within the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a totally different program. There's so many different programs that you can access here. I can read a lot of the other programs, and I know I am a grand computer, so I'm very selective of what I input into my computer. But at the same time, I know, like, when people are talking about memory and stuff, memory is dealing in water. That's why you have the elephants for water memory. And likewise, it's mostly like a recall, because we all have the cosmic drip drop within. We all contain all memory from beginning. It's all in how you choose to access that, and it has to do with your holy grail at your head, how you choose to drink from your cup. Your Christ oil harvest has a lot to do with your powerhouse too, and how you elevate your time machine. So this is why your sacred secretion, finding that timing, you can find that timing with the zodiac, with your sun and moon. That's a grand codex within the scriptures. But it's not only in the scriptures though, it's been written in the stars since beginning. A lot of the scriptures are inspired of the stars, because the zodiac is the grand blueprint. Likewise, the die is a grand template. It's a grand blueprint also.
Created the zodiac, astrology with mutable things.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting mad at a clock and telling it that it's wrong when it can't be wrong because it's a clock.
Yeah, everything that's happening is supposed to happen.
Yep.
So look what they're saying here, right? I mean, if we're going to debunk or search out numbers, so whatever they say. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Did I interrupt everybody?
Oh, no. I just.
Was everybody dressed? Can I look? No, seriously, can I look? This is for 18 and over, right? Everybody's 18, I hope. Oh, look, I got an all-dressed pizza. Okay, so the fake signs. Look at this. This is kooky. The term mutable, right, and the entire concept of mutable, fixed, and cardinal signs emerge as part of the evolution of the astrological system.
It's interesting that they're calling it fake.
Now, look what they say. Astro is sky, logical, or logiciel. In French, okay, logiciel is a mechanical system that's run by OS. The system of what is Apple is also known as the 9 system of Apple. Apple is what is 9 by 52, I think equals to 468.
Yeah, and when I see the word mutable, I just see a cow and a table.
Oh, I hear the cowbell.
Yeah, and then I also see a mutt.
So I said 9 times what? What was my multiple? 9 by? Was it 9 by 52? So wait a second. I said mutable. You said mutable, right? Mute is a dog. Is a dog at the table. The mute table. Why was it be the mute table? 13 and 8. No, 1321.
Mutable. Okay, so when you look at the sine wave, you gotta understand, with the zodiac, when you have the cardinal fixed mutable, it's talking about a wave that goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So you got your cardinal spot, then you have your fixed spot, and your fixed spot's always at the top, and then the mutable is at the downhill slope. So you've got your uphill slope that is the cardinal rise, then you have the fixed point, and then you have the mutable table that falls back down. But as it's falling down, it gets energy and it goes back up. And then you take this sine wave and you understand that it is also the circle, it is also the figure 8.
So if you're
It is
telling
the ladder.
if you're telling me tell me what the cardinal is again.
Okay, so cardinal is going to be going up the hill because the cardinals fly up. Okay, and then you have your fixed point, which is at the tippity top, and then you have the mutable, which is the downhill slope. And as it's going downhill, it seems to kind of be slowing down, but at the same time, it's gaining rise again.
So which one's going down?
Mutable.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's how they're. So the sine wave has been taken and turned into the circle, which is then twisted into the figure 8 for the analemma. That is the ladder, and it's just explaining the sun and how it goes up the ladder and down the ladder of Walla, which is the law. Walla is water, air, land, air, water, and then the fire sun, who is, also the Leo, the pig. He is the one who is the fifth element to the fire, earth, air, water. He is the spirit, right? And then you got to put your candles into play with the Shamas. And you find the ham in the Shamas. Likewise, you find the 99 Jupiter Keystone Power, who carries the hammer. There's another ham connect right there for the I am. But it's basically like a story of geometry, and then you got your ship shapes that come into play on the wheel with your triangle, your hex, your square, your opposition.
So when you say a ship shape,
show you how to play the game.
when you have a ship shape, what is a ship shape?
Well, because we are on the grand ship, the earth is likened unto Noah's Ark. We are on Noah's Ark right now. Likewise, your body is likened unto the ark as well. So us being in the ship that floats on the waters above, we have to take our ship and put it above the waters that is the zodiac and the stars, and we understand the shapes that come into play on the deck of 52 Earth. I'm tying in your deck of cards into it with the 13. The 13 is for the moon, but the 13 is also for the sun because you have your 12 zodiac house with the 13th member at the center, who is the Holy One, that is you. And this is where Capricorn comes into play because it is the zygote. It is also the ewe, the lamb. This is why we play goat and lamb here. It's teaching you about the stars and geometry and about our design, the grand design. I don't know if that made any sense. I went through it pretty fast.
So what you started me off with right at the beginning when you're going to ship shape, and I'm not really sure, but I am already knowledgeable to know how to put together the system as is, because everybody already knows, right? They have stars.
Yeah, your shapes.
They have planets. They have geometric shapes. So with all these geometric shapes, each one tells you a different story. If you want to go to any
and you have your power balls that are your planets. So you got your circle, and then you have your aspect of what you get when you were birthed. You have your houses, okay, with the Father's house and many mansions. It's divided into the 12 mansions. Likewise, you're the sun who, when you rolled your dice and died and went to heaven, here you are. You've got your planets. Okay, and then your planets play a role in you opening up your grand present, opening up your grand serpent. It's all time activated through the planets when they come to play with one another. And they play with one another through the aspects that they form. So when you go and you do your birth chart, you'll find your aspect, which is your grand shape. Not everybody's shape is the same, just like we all have the same planets, but our planets are in different houses. And so, like when you're incarnated, depending on which planet is in what house, it's going to have to do with the work that you have here,
So
your mastery, because we masturbate.
what tells you to say these words?
I am a zodiac master.
Yes.
I know it's just in me. It's built in me. I'm the unicorn on the wheel.
No,
I've
there's certain words.
everything I'm saying is from memory.
Right, but not. I'm only looking.
And I have studied a lot.
I'm just looking for which it was just one specific thing, and I'm not sure what it was again. So when you say
I don't
ship,
mean to cut you off.
so when you go ship shape, and you said Jupiter power, like that's what started me off. That's where you caught me, because I already understand within the word. Now this is always he said, she said, what I will say now, but Jupiter itself equates to 99. Inside the word, it says the sound to the deaf, dumb, or blind, whatever it is, whichever way we want to go with our senses to learn something. Ter is earth. Pi is the split of earth into minimum of 3 and less than 4. It also shows you that this cube here, guess what? It's in between 3 and 4, but there's an area space between here that's interference. That one area is the interference between the two, so it's less than 3.5. An area space must be the minimum, okay, of 1.5, which makes this 3.25 to 3.65, and then from 3.65 all the way to 4. So it's 3.5 per area maximum. 3.5 is the heart of the 7 of this cube. It's an absolute. So when you said that, I know Jupiter and power is 99 and 77. You cannot play the 9. The 9 is, put it this way, somebody's got to jump on to number 9 and make sure that we can get something out of it. So 9 is the plug-in. And it's one.
Yeah, and when you hold up the die number 1 right there, Jupiter. That's also Jupiter because that is 18.
Yeah, it's funny because this. So I have to make more designs because it is the 5th of 9. It is Jupiter, even though it's Leo. But what happens because we're 12? I have to rearrange my association. Is that if I use two sides, right? I'm going to have 9 and 9. I'm going to have these two sides to work with now. So this is 6 and 4. This one is 6 and 2. This one is 6 and 5. So I can go to 9. I can go all the way to 11 maximum. I can't go higher than Aquarius.
Yeah, and when I did my dice, I showed how you have you have the same construction. You have the die of 21, then you have to consider the void of the die, which is the 33, and then those show you the 54. But when you get to the 99 Jupiter, you understand it's the 99 plus the 1 for the 100%. So when you take the multiple dies that come from the one die and you line them up, you will see a counting system all the way from 1 to 100 for the complete 360. It's hidden though. Like your high die, when you get the H and the I, you know that is 8 and 9, but it's also 89. It's also 98. We have to use the mirror when it comes to that stuff too. I can see it in my head. It's kind of hard for me to explain it to people, but the die does connect with the planets. And it's showing you also, the dye is also showing you the cell development. Because keep in mind the dye is black and white, right? And then you get to the 100% and you become the hue man of color. Yeah, and then your color dice will come into play after you get into the silver matrix. Once you're in bronze, it's basically just black and white. That's why they gave us first the black and white television. Then we got color TV with the pigment. The pig is done when it is birthed, correct? When the bread is done, it comes out of the oven, correct?
Pigmentail. So you get a pigtail, and when you get the pigtail, that has no strand in it. That's like the what do you want to call it? The fiber optics. But when you take the electrical wires and you tie them together, I call that the pigtail. We also have association to the three little pigs. We have association to the pregnancy, 333, which is an association to 114, which is an association to 6x19, which what is the cross itself is 6x19. Where do I get my numbers from? I get it from the cube. So if the cross is 19, the seventh sign plus the 12 signs is 19. Why did I use Libra? When you're on the cross, you're on the cross of Libra. It's 7 and 12 is 19. 3 times 4 equals to 7. 3 plus 4 equals, 3 times 4 equals to 12. 3 plus 4 equals to 7. 7 and 12 equals to 19. Edge 1, edge 2, edge 3, edge 4, edge 1, edge 2, edge 3, edge 4, edge 1, edge 2, edge 3, edge 4. There are 12 edges on here. There are 6 centers on here, although you don't see it. And that's 18 plus the center of all this that rotates, the universal joint, the hidden joint that rotates all the poles. No, actually, you know what's funny? It rotates around the poles and switches the poles in the heart position, but not when you're looking at it, eh? Right? When you play with Rubik's Cube, you have to see how Rubik's Cube works. Because it's an exact, that Rubik's Cube is an exact replica of the, let me see what name it is.
Yeah, I think Rubik's Cube shows us our star bank and our grand rotation for our eternal life in this game. And I know that our English alphabet, okay, so I shared videos where it showed the Hebrew alphabet fitting perfectly within the Rubik's Cube, which we also know the Rubik's Cube holds the tree of life. You have to see it through the hexagon that is in the cube. This is another reason why I connect the die with the shapes, because it is the hex of Saturn, but at the same time, it's just a hexagon, you guys. Just like the die is a cube, and you see squares, but you also see circle dots, you know. And then there's the triangles, because you have 3 angles of perspective that comes into play. And you know, I can just go in on all the shapes, but just a minute.
I'm just looking at Orpheus and the astrological signs right now. I wanted to be able to. The rumor about the 13 sign gained popularity after a NASA education blog post in 2016. There's a difference between 2015 and 2016 in numbers. Big time difference, but it took me 20 years to see it. So to say it, to explain it, for you to chew at it and look at it and say, okay, it's that simple. It's just a simple base. Number one, 5G. Number two, okay, the year splits this side of six and this side of six with one, and that's the 13th moon, 616. Same as the seventh day. This cube, although you have 6 and 1, 7, there are only 6 sides. How do you have 7? If you meet at the pole from both sides, you share half that pole at 3.5 each. Maybe that's 7. 3.5 by 3 is 105. 105 runs over the equator, over the alphabetic equator at 140, okay, of 260. 7 times 2, and then 13 times 2. There's going to be 120 that remain, which is going to be 6 times 2. Well, I'm not going to just say the 20s. 2 times 130 is 260. 2 times 70, 140. 2 times 13, 260. 2 times 6, 120. The alphabet, or the 260-day calendar. If you had 2 sides of 130, 130, right? When you divide it up, I divided up this way. I forget why I was dividing it up that way. Let me take a look why I did that. What told me to do this, even though it's absolutely perfect. Oh, okay. So what happens is there's a lock. If you're counting from A all the way to O15, okay, or you're counting from Z over to A1 with Z1, we cross over right here in the alphabet, right over here. Now, when I run to the crossover, here's the crossover. If I don't cross over, I stop here and I stop here. The first 13 letters of the alphabet, the second 13 letters. If I cross over on each side, I equate to 28, and that's like expanding to the eye of the moon. Otherwise, they expand to 30. So when I cross over, I go to 140. What's left over is 120, 140, 140, 120. Does that make sense to you? It just so happens that the 7th inning stretch is, again, it's involved. 7 and 6, that one sign that joins the moons together. Okay, what is going on? Okay, let me do this. What are the names of the 13 moons in their cycle? And if I started on January 1st every single year, what would be the first day and the last day of the moon cycle in 365 days and in 366 days? And I want you to tell me what April 1st is in a leap year and in a non-leap year, and September 29th and 30th in a leap year and a non-leap year. Okay, let me take a look at this. We have a wolf moon, a snow moon, a worm moon, and a pink moon. 5, 4, 4, 4, 6. Then we have in May, we have a flower moon. In June, a strawberry moon. The traditional 12. Where's the 13th? $12.37 lunar cycles. What is the 3-7? If I used the 3-7, I would end up at 36 and 111. It just so happens 37 is the connecting number at the heart of 36, which is 111. I don't really like that. Looks like 2 air signs, 366. I want to see what else it says. April 1st, 91st day. In a leap year, 92nd. 13 by 7, connection to the Aztec, or I'll bring that up after. 92, second day of a cycle. 29, the 29th day. Sorry, the 29, the number 29 in February. Use it as the first day or use it as the last day. The 14th, 100th, and 61st day. I just had this not candy, but dry peach or something. And I just can't talk. It's like sticking my mouth together. Jerry, be quiet, Jerry. Be quiet. Elaine and Jerry are in the other room. Like, be quiet. Don't give me
Someone was asking you, does a Cancer moon hold the zodiac together like an anchor?
That's funny because in order to create that, you're going to have to match it up with Sagittarius. Can you read that again, please?
It said, does a Cancer moon hold the zodiac together? And then he came back and said, like an anchor. Does it hold it together like an anchor?
Well, you know what? When you
I guess he's wanting to know the significance of a Cancer moon, possibly.
Okay, so when you unfold an envelope, you go from the 3 over to the 4, right? When you just flip that over, you know, if you just put 1 dot and then 2 dots, you have 1 triangle, 1 more dot down here. If you had a flap and mirror, you just flip it over, you can make completion. That's the 4. With three, you go 1, 1, 4, 7, 10. With 4, you go 1, 5, 9, 13. 1 and 3 is back to 4. With 5, you go 5, 10, 15, 20. And then you do the cycle. And eventually, after 10 numbers, it'll repeat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then it'll start over again. Right? If you want, I can write it. I can't see if I read this, what's going on. Let me see. So what happens with Cancer? It's going to connect with Sagittarius to create 13. So in which way do you regard it as completion? I have to get these comments to stop moving so I can concentrate. I'm going to tell you right now, when I work on these numbers, these are numbers based on numbers, nothing to do with the zodiac. I use the zodiac to see what's going on with my numbers and to see if we match. So when I do the detailing and I look at Pisces, what's the amazing thing about Pisces is that Pisces and Abraham have something very, very crucial in common, and that's the number 4. Why? Because the water sign in Cancer jumps over to the water sign in Scorpio, and then the two of them create what is 8 and 4, and now you jump inside Pisces. It's a direct like river right in. It's like a perfect match. And now what happens is you get a 64-bit times 8, and the pig comes into this one times 8 equals to 512. Now you have RAM communication, right? How does the computer work? The OS, right? The Apple operating or the OS. For me, I have to understand and get a little bit more literate with the terminology in our computers. It's no different who we are. Although we might be the fleshy robotic, the mouse didn't tell you anything about itself, did it? But it still had to be built. Everything has its own operating reality. I am my own gold, or for it is not of my heart, for not is my breath, for what makes the gold of who I am? My pliability, my mentalness gives me the pliability to decide, to change, to stop an action. And remember, some actions don't end when you say stop, when you're in the air. 2012, 444 times 13 equals to, I like to do this. $2012 is the same thing as what is 5776. Right? And what this is 76 times 76. You mentioned this before, Cynthia, right? This equates to that. That's pretty wild, no? You want to see something else? Check this out. 19, 19, 19, 19. 57, 76. The moon comes together in the fourth dimension. The 77, whichever way you want to go, the 7 and 6 are both 13s. That 13 is going to connect the 13th connection of who we are, the orphan children. The 7 and 6 could represent soul. It can represent what is Ishmael. It can represent the water. 1 times 6, 1 plus 6. The 7 and 6 can also represent what is between what is the 6th and the 7th inning, or noted to be the 7th inning stretch, also connected to Virgo and Libra.
Okay. Yes. Okay. That's what it was. Yeah. And then the 76 goes through the mirror to become the 67 soul, because SOUL equals 67. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. See, I just needed to have a quick
So
reminder sesh with that.
there's a couple of things I'm missing. Some of the stuff in the comments, Cynthia. I'm guessing you're there, right? A little bit. So
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
okay.
someone
that's
was
good.
asking about because you're a decode master, what did you think about? They've asked several times about Charlie Kirk. I have no idea who that is.
Okay, yes, Charlie Kirk, yes. Okay, what was the question?
They just said, let me go back up here. What do you think about Charlie Kirk? Then someone said, Sup, Holmes.
Okay, so I don't know where you are in the comments right now. I'll tell you where I am. Okay, so first of all, I don't like to make comments on somebody I don't know fully about. I do know what he's doing. I do understand what he's doing. Okay, and first of all, anything that's going on right now, I like to relate it to computers and matrices and gathering of information to decorticate from the beast within inside of us, from the worst of us. They can understand the polarity. So he's bringing this out at people. I think some of them is so made up and stage just for publicity, right? I also think the gentleman is very highly intelligent. You know, he makes them stand. He shows them that there's a crack all the time that you have to watch for, and nobody's looking at that crack. So for me, it's just all about the crack. And what was the other one? And so somebody also said 12 and 13. So what it is with 12 is that 1 and 2 is 3. 1 plus 2 is 3. 1 times 2 is 2. This is where the separation of time comes in. One of them will equate to 5. Okay, 5 is E, 3 is C. Multiply them both by 20, and they're going to equal to the same thing. 60 and 100 is the same. Why? Because it's a gearing system. When you match up 100% with what is 60 seconds on the clock is 100% of time. And where can I find these numbers that tell me this? Well, first of all, they're right there. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6 or 60 seconds. Add 4, right, equals to 10 or 100%. 4 numbers, okay, right, 25, 25, 25, 25 equals to 3 numbers. What is 20, 20, 20? I'm going to write it down and show you.
Yeah, and when you do the 3, like you showed for the 60 seconds, that's your cardinal fixed mutable, Then when you do your 4 for your 100%, that's fire, earth, air, water, and then the spirit plays a role as the Holy Ghost. It's invisible, yet it is visible.
Yeah, you're right. It's invisible but visible because the numbers still show up themselves. So yes, you can say that. And what is the end result? Because we already know that if there's 3 corners, if we replicate it, there's going to be 3 more corners. Now, pending where we put this replica is pending whether or not what corners we connected together. Okay, so I think this is going to help maybe a little bit. So 25 and 15 and 20 come together in this fashion. 3 times 20 equals to 60. 4 times 15 equals to 60. 100% of something, 1/4 of 100% equals to 25. But 1/4 of 100% of 60 equals to 15. 1/3 of 100% of 60 equals to 20. It's 3 times 20, it's 4 times 15. This is how this numeric matrix comes together. And what am I supposed to say? Right? What am I supposed to say? 4 times 15? Someone tell me it's not 60. Because I'm really upset now. So, but if I go forward with it, shouldn't I not be going backwards with it? Right? And there's a lot of equations like that. Because when you go forward, you can go backwards as well. I didn't notice there's so many new people here. How is everybody? For those who don't know what goes on this channel, this is not a green screen behind me. Not a green
and
screen.
I'm not sure if you have a what is it called? Someone in your comments, I don't know what they're talking about. They just keep mentioning a bunch of stuff.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll take a look. I think I'm going to slow down a little bit. Somebody else was telling me, I think it was, anyways, regardless who it was, I'm putting myself on the line with everything I say. If I don't back it up and you don't understand, please ask me. Because it's not whether, I could be right. Oh, yeah, I heard the story. So if you heard the story and you tell somebody the story and you don't back it up with anything, what credibility does that give me for anything that happens in this window, right? So when you came here to this page, what you did is you this. Can I have the clicker? Hey, Grandpa, give me the clicker. I got the clicker. Hey, who's on? It's that Tac Pans guy there, the one with the MT. Oh, yeah, Mr. T is on. Okay, so that's basically who I am. Just a TV show. And what do I talk about? The deck of cards, the dice cube, the cribbage board, and magic squared to Saturn. The first, any dimension of numbers, and we can go back as far in time as we want, so far as long as I stick to the alphabet in which I can speak and understand. Because every letter is a character, it is a connection of Morse, the dots and the dashes. The games are dictation. The rules and regulations come through weights and measures and what we can do at the periodic table. before they bring the scientists to the periodic table and tell me what they can do, I tell you what I can do, because this is only a game. And I'm telling you how the numbers dance around amongst each other and what comes back to Rome. So somebody wrote, I forgot all about it and I don't care anymore. Everything is just a grab for glory. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah, so the 3 and 5, and also when you go to games, there's another dictation in a game called Craps where there's different structures that if you connect the electricity, that when you put down, oh yes, another thing about the connection is that 35 is the heart of the cube, and the connection of 36 numbers at the heart zone, although it's 111, every individual space equates to 35, but you have to put one connection down to get 35 connections connected. When you put one connection down, you will have 8 that are around you, or you will have 5 that are around you. So it depends on your location, right? It depends on your location. If you're located here, you have 8 areas around you. If you're located here, you will have 5 areas around you. 5 and 8 will tell you location. It could also be on this side over here. So is there a different way to express it to understand location? I'm not quite sure. I know that if it was between the 7 and the 1 over here, right, that would be 17. It'd be 17 plus 1, 18. 17 connect with 1 between 2 houses, Q. 35 connect with 1 between 8 areas. That's where this cube comes in. When you see 2, it's only the 2 dots you see, but this is the same face and this is the same face. If you have 3 and 3, would it not be the reality that there's area in the center between the 2? And if there is, would there not be above and below? And lo and behold, in reality and not in reality, that you can see a dot or a spot in the 8 and 2 position, and now you see it in the 4 and 6 position. Did you know the 4th sign is a water and the 6th sign is an earth? Did you know that the 8 above is a water and the 2 below is an earth? So here it flows and here it flows. When one goes, the other is off. But when you look at the 4 corners, on at both times. I have to take a 2-minute break. I have to stand up. Oh, everybody's gone from the panel. Where did everybody go on the panel? Wow, we went from 60 to 100 down to 30. What's going on? Who fell off the panel? Oh my God.